and its existential threats, co-chaired by Tuvalu and Germany, along with Antigua and Barbuda, Bangladesh, Costa Rica, Denmark, Malta, Morocco, New Zealand, Palau, the Republic of Korea, and Romania. CSET remains committed to addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise. Today's meeting is a testament of what robust multilateralism and action of this assembly can accomplish. Yet it can only be a beginning. This meeting must be a catalyst to build a catalyst for bold, immediate, and transformative action. As we look toward an ambitious declaration by the General Assembly in 2026, we reaffirm that no effort should be spared to safeguard the inalienability of the sovereignty and statehood of affected member states. Their UN membership is enduring and will continue, notwithstanding sea level rise. We must also leverage collective action to safeguard the rich cultures and the traditions of small island developing states and low-lying communities threatened by sea level rise. Lastly, we emphasize the importance of knowledge, data, and science, enabling informed disaster risk management and climate adaptation. Efforts to give affected communities access to effective early warnings, ensure well-informed choices, and enable positive and prosperous adaptation journeys that build resilience, safeguard livelihoods, and protect communities. We invite member states to join CSET in advancing these critical objectives. Madam President, I now speak on behalf of my country, Tuvalu. For us, this is not just an agenda item. This is a matter of survival. My country sits no more than 2 meters above sea level. Every year, we witness our shores shrinking and our future becoming more precarious. The IPCC's report warns that without immediate action, nations like Tuvalu could become uninhabitable within this century. Earlier this year, Tuvalu experienced some of the worst coastal flooding in its history. We are living the consequences of rising seas. In response, Tuvalu with the Marshall Islands launched the Rising Nations Initiative to ensure that international legal frameworks protect the sovereignty and culture of vulnerable nations. We are also preparing for future through our long-term adaptation plan, which aims to reclaim and elevate our land, ensuring that future generations of Tuvaluans can continue to live on their ancestral islands. But this is not enough. The window for bold, transformative action is closing. We must tackle the root cause of this crisis: greenhouse gas emissions driven by fossil fuels. Tuvalu, alongside 12 other nations, calls for the adoption of Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. We need international cooperation to phase out fossil fuels equitably and swiftly, for every day of inaction brings us closer to a reality where entire nations may disappear. I stand here, Madam President, today not just as Deputy Prime Minister of Tuvalu, but as the voice of the people whose very existence is threatened. Let us ensure that today's meeting results in a clear and actionable declaration that safeguards the rights and features of those most vulnerable to rising seas. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Development of Tuvalu. I now give the floor to His Excellency Wopke Hoekstra, Commissioner for Climate Change of the European Union.
Thank you, ma'am, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And I'm honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Last year shattered climate records with temperatures as high as 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. And unfortunately, it looks as if 2024 will be doing the exact same thing. And with this ever hotter climate and its ever more extreme impacts, we are truly moving into unknown territory. And it is against this backdrop that today's high-level meeting and the 2 years process it launches are both timely and of extreme importance. Let me turn briefly to two of the truly crucial elements of which our common efforts to address the effects of climate change and sea level rise in particular, in my view, should focus: mitigation and building climate resilience through adaptation. So first on mitigation. There is no time. There is no time to bury our heads in the sand a moment longer. It is essential that we keep working towards net zero in 2050. And that means we must cut emissions. And we have no alternative than truly do that together. And we have to make it our top priority. For the European Union, it means that we have to and will uphold our commitment to reach climate neutrality in 2050. And this objective is part of our climate law, and we are well on our way to implementing the policies needed to achieve that transition in a way that is both fair and just and enables clean economic growth. And in this realm, it is important to recall the advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Laws of the Sea on a request which was submitted by the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and on International Law. It was found that parties to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea actually do have an obligation of due diligence to take all the necessary measures to prevent, to reduce, and to control marine pollution from anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. And therefore, it is our collective duty to act now to address the effects of climate change. And that brings me to climate resilience, because curbing emissions, unfortunately, will not be enough in the here and the now. We must accept that climate risks are growing, and taking action to adapt and become more resilient to them is necessary in our heating climate. Like all other regions in the world, Europe is facing major climate hazards itself, and they range from extreme weather to heat waves, storms, and extreme precipitation, as witnessed literally today in Central Europe, where we've lost, unfortunately, also a number of lives. And of course, this is part of the longer-term phenomena, also such as sea level rise that we see in our coastal areas. Rising sea levels are exacerbating floods in Europe. And already there are roughly 100,000 European citizens who are exposed to coastal floodings every single year. And I know myself, coming from a country that lies for the better part below sea level. And I can therefore relate wholeheartedly, and I'm intimately familiar with understanding the ever higher stakes for vulnerable countries and low-lying island states around the world, whose communities are seeing their lands, unfortunately, literally wash away. And I want you to know that the EU is with you in this struggle. We will continue to fight for greater ambition on mitigation and to support as much as we can with adaptation and the measures that we have to take in the domain of loss and damage. And to overcome these challenges, it is of vital importance that we act now and we adapt to inevitable impacts of climate change. To be more specific, coastal protection needs to consider the full spectrum of adaptation solutions. And that means we must work from forecasting and early warning systems to flood-proofing infrastructure and the capacity to retreat from high-risk areas wherever possible. And in most cases, we need a combination.
I thank the Commissioner for Climate Change of the European Union, and I give the floor to His Excellency Denzil Douglas, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Economic Development, International Trade, Investments, and Industry and Commerce of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Madam President, I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the Caribbean community, CARICOM. This group of 15 member countries also aligns itself with the statement delivered by the Alliance of Small Island Developing States, AOSIS. Your Excellencies, CARICOM expresses its appreciation to the outgoing President of the General Assembly, Mr. Dennis Francis, for initiating this meeting to garner political momentum in order to address the realities surrounding the existential threats posed by sea level rise. Madam President, the urgency of this situation cannot be overstated. Rising sea levels are not a distant threat, but one that is already upon us. Today's debate, particularly the deep dives during the multi-stakeholder panel, will mark a defining moment in signaling to us in the Caribbean and the wider vulnerable island states community that the United Nations is not just aware, but instead has invested in mitigating the effect of sea level rise brought on by the climate crisis. Immediate action is imperative, since the climate crisis and impacts of sea level rise are not isolated but intricately interwoven. This complex interconnection, resulting from decades of greenhouse gas emissions, threatens the habitability of many SIDS if we exceed 1.5 degrees centigrade. Understanding this interconnectedness is very crucial to effectively addressing the issue at hand. Madam President, rising sea level has amplified the impact of other extreme events. Evidence of this devastating effect has already been felt in the Caribbean region, where elevated sea levels, combined with recent events such as Hurricane Beryl, caused catastrophic floods that were fatal and left thousands of people temporarily homeless. Against this backdrop, we in CARICOM understand that if the climate crisis continues unchecked, the rise in sea levels will threaten the resilience and the long-term development ambitions of many CARICOM states. And while we have displayed resolve and our own resilience over the years, this must not be taken for granted, as the overall impact of climate change has begun to wear us down. Madam President, we do not consider sea level rise as an existential threat to our statehood, our sovereignty, or our own UN membership. No matter the physical changes wrought by the climate crisis, we will remain sovereign states. We will continue to engage on this matter by engaging the International Law Commission. However, the impacts of sea level rise are already being felt and vary. Forced displacement in our regions is becoming a lived experience as thousands living in coastal zones continue to see their well-being, their food security, their fresh water resources, their economic livelihoods, and their infrastructure threatened by rapidly rising seas. These warnings, Madam Chair, have been consistent. Back in 2018, one report by the Inter-American Development Bank, it warned that the Bahamas, St. Lucia, Suriname, and Guyana appear to have the most extensive economic infrastructure exposures to threats from sea level rise and coastal flooding due to large fractions of their populations occupying land below 0.5 meters. These threats that can no longer be ignored in the Caribbean region. The equation can be rebalanced by employing several measures on damage fund, the financial mechanism to address the impacts of climate change beyond adaptation, and the recently adopted MDI. Climate change. The top priority of the agenda remains.
I think the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Economic Development, International Trade, Investments and Industry and Commerce of St. Kitts and Nevis. Apologies, Your Excellency. Delegations are reminded that the time limits of 3 minutes for national statements and 5 minutes for statements by groups will be strictly implemented, including by means of automatic microphone cutoff.
Notwithstanding, Madam President, the need to phase down and eventually phase out the use of fossil fuels to limit temperature rise is the ultimate solution and of utmost urgency. We urge the global community to recommit to reducing greenhouse gas emissions as committed in the 2015 Paris Agreement, and as we ourselves have done in the Caribbean region. CARICOM has acted. We have acted. The 15 member countries have acted, while holding little responsibility for the current state of play surrounding the climate crisis. And this much was emphasized during the 6-4 conference that was held recently.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Osman Salam Mohammed, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Eritrea.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. At the outset, allow me to congratulate you on chairing the first time ever high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise. The unprecedented nature of challenges that arise amidst climate crisis have become increasingly alarming. Sea level rise is foremost among those consequential challenges, and adequate responses deserve priority given the existential threat it poses on low-lying nations worldwide. In particular, small island developing states. These states are by far the most vulnerable to the impacts of sea level rise as it touches upon their very existence. Coastal states like my own country cannot ignore the impact of sea level rise. Eritrea is disproportionately vulnerable to climate change, and it is unequivocal that the marine and terrestrial ecosystem as well as the coastal biodiversity will be negatively affected over a longer period of time. We, approximately 5% of the national population living in coastal areas. Sea level rise will pose a profound threat to coastal communities, particularly in the southern Red Sea region in Eritrea, where the livelihoods of the majority of the coastal communities depend on artisanal fishing and fishery products. Fishing is an inherited economic tradition that closely attaches these communities to the sea. The rising of the Red Sea level will disrupt these traditional livelihoods and could lead to economic hardship. Additionally, we recognize the threat that sea level rise could pose on our tourism aspirations. Eritrea's pristine coastal marine habitat, the safe and secure environment, as well as our rich cultural heritage and hospitable population along the coastline are strong basis for Eritrea in developing a sustainable tourism sector. In the context of sea level rise, we emphasize the need for stable maritime zone.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Eritrea for your kind cooperation. I now give the floor to His Excellency Duhang Kang, Minister of Oceans and
And admittedly, we have to acknowledge that there is a significant erosion of trust in global peace and security discourse. For decades, we have witnessed increasing disregard for the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. In conflicts across the world, more recently, including in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, and troubling development in Lebanon, we note a disturbing trend, including but not limited to violations of international law. Sadly, with impunity, humanitarian crisis that worsen with every passing day, and a global public looking to this Council for solutions that all too often remain elusive. The Geneva Conventions, which have stood the test of time for 75 years, pillars of our shared humanity, are under immense strain. The impunity with which some warring parties act erodes not only the rules of law, but also the rule of law, but also the very foundation of multilateralism. This body, the Security Council, must reclaim its authority, credibility, relevance, and legitimacy. Second, geopolitical competition must not hinder our common goal of peace. Presently, the Security Council faces an unprecedented challenge, an internal one. Increasingly, our deliberations are clouded by geopolitical rivalry, turning the Council from a forum for diplomacy into a battleground for national interest. The stalemate and deadlock that result not only to our credibility, but to the lives of millions of innocent women, men, and children. Every moment of disunity sends the wrong signal. It emboldens those who seek to undermine international law, and it leaves the vulnerable without hope. We cannot afford the status quo. Third, peacekeeping and mediation must be revitalized. In recent years, UN peacekeeping operations have faced dwindling support, accelerated withdrawal of peacekeeping missions, and mounting operational challenges. Yet, peacekeeping, sanctions, and mediation remain vital tools in our effort to prevent and resolve conflict. We must use them strategically and decisively. We cannot shy away from timely interventions, nor can we afford to let conflict simmer until they threaten the entire regions. In Africa, for instance, there are clear examples of countries taking leadership to foster peace not only in conflict situations in Africa, but also in other regions of the world. President João Lourenço of Angola, his leadership in the Luanda peace process has been critical in fostering dialogue and seeking peace between the DRC and Rwanda. His efforts have helped bring attention to the conflict in Eastern Congo and contributed to regional diplomacy aimed at resolving one of Africa's most protracted and complex conflicts. While challenges remain, including the enforcement of ceasefires and the withdrawal of armed groups, President Lourenço's commitment to the peace process continues to be a driving force behind regional stabilization efforts.
Additionally, over the past weekend, President Ruto of Kenya paid a visit to Haiti to express solidarity with the Haitian people and commend Kenyan police for collaborating with Haitian forces to bring much-needed stability to the country. He announced that 600 additional Kenyan police officers will arrive within the next 2 months, fulfilling Kenya's commitment to the multinational security support mission in Haiti, which represents a crucial international effort led by Kenya to address the escalating crisis in Haiti. Furthermore, in an effort to address the rise of terrorism in West Africa and the Sahel, His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, engaged with his Burkina counterpart just prior to Sierra Leone's presidency of the UN Security Council. This engagement was also an effort to mediate on the issue of their withdrawal from ECOWAS. This is how leadership for peace can be demonstrated using the tools in Article 33 in the UN Charter to great effect. Madam President, we are not naive, though, to think that we have found a silver bullet, as there are still significant challenges in the Sudan and even in the Sahel region of West Africa. Leadership for peace is thus especially relevant as we converge in search of solutions to the significant and grave global peace and security challenges. The statistics that define our present reality are alarming. The highest number of ongoing conflict since the Cold War, staggering civilian casualties, and an historic number of displaced persons. The rise of sea levels, environmental degradation, climate change, and water insecurity all serve to exacerbate this risk. It is against this backdrop that this gathering is more than an opportunity for reflection. It is a call to action. It is in this regard that we supported the Security Council's adoption today of the Presidential Statement on Leadership for Peace. In this connection, we are also delighted to have called, along with Slovenia and Switzerland, for a joint action for the new agenda for peace during our presidency of the Council in August. Madam President, at its core, the UN Secretary General's new agenda for peace has provided a useful blueprint for our joint common action grounded in the principles of trust, solidarity, and universality. Our firm commitment is therefore essential to the effective and urgent implementation of the recommendations contained in this document. In a bid to strengthen leadership for peace, we must restore mutual trust and reaffirm our commitment to the UN Charter. The world order established in the aftermath of World War II is in danger, not only because it is outdated, but because its core principles are being ignored. Respect for international law and the principles of the UN Charter is not optional. It is the foundation of global peace and security. In addition, reforming the UN Security Council to reflect present-day geopolitical realities, particularly African permanent representation, will not only enhance the legitimacy of the Council, but will engender more trust and credibility. The calls for Security Council reform are long overdue. It is not just a matter of fairness, but a question of justice. To rectify the historical injustice against Africa, we must ensure that Africa has permanent seat on the Council with the full rights and privileges. Only then can we hope for decisions that are truly reflective of our shared interest. Madam President, to build trust, this Council must act with impartiality, ensuring that its decisions are guided by a commitment to uphold international law, human rights, and rules of war. We must also ensure that women and youth, so often excluded from peace processes, are brought into the fold of leadership, negotiation, and decision-making. Furthermore, regional organizations such as African Union must be empowered to reinforce the Council's effort. Conflict is often regional in nature, and solutions must also be regional-oriented. The Council must work closely with regional organizations whose understanding of local dynamics is critical for conflict resolution. The United Nations and these bodies will amplify our collective effort to prevent conflict and sustain peace. The effective implementation of Resolution 2719 on financing for AU-led peace operations is thus very crucial in this regard. In conclusion, Madam President, we must reflect on our collective responsibility. We cannot allow the disregard for international law, the escalation of conflict, and the suffering of civilians to become the status quo. The Security Council has the mandate and the tools to prevent this outcome, but only if we choose unity over division and decisive action over stalemate. Let today be a turning point, a moment when we recome to the principles of the UN Charter, restore the credibility of this Council, and work together for a secure and peaceful future. We owe it to the millions who look to us for leadership in these perilous times. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Kaba for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Manuel Gonçalves, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Mozambique.
Madam President, Mozambique warmly welcomes the initiative by Slovenia Presidency to convene this high-level open debate and the theme maintenance of international peace and security, leadership of peace. We thank His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency Mariana Ega, President of the International Committee of the Red Cross, and Her Excellency Madame Ellen Joffen Salif, Member of Elders and former President of Liberia, for their insightful briefings. Madam President, we are getting today in this chamber, we are faced a world grappling with the unprecedented challenges to peace and security. We are witnessing the highest number of ongoing conflicts since the Cold War, record casualty among civilians, and historic highest of forcibly displaced people. Disregarded of the United Nations Charter, international law, and Security Council resolutions, seen in these conflicts poses a significant challenge to multilateralism and the very foundation of our global order. The sign of the United Nations Charter on 26 June 1945, in aftermath of the Second World War, marked a pivotal moment in interstate relations, fostering mutual cooperation for maintenance of international peace and security. We interpret this foundational purpose as providing member states a forum of cooperative and collective effort to resolve disputes peacefully and to prevent outbreak another world war. The United Nations, as the most representative intergovernmental organization, the expression of multilateralism, bears the critical responsibility for addressing complex global challenges through collective action. Leadership for peace implies that the United Nations members are there to common objective founded on the respect of basic norms enshrined in the United Nations Charter and guided by a principle of sovereignty, non-intervention in internal affairs, and pacific settlement of disputes. And diplomacy must remain at the core with consultation, inclusion, and solidarity among member states as primacy tool. Madam President, the theme of today's debate, leadership for peace, united in respect of United Charter and search of a secure future, could not be more timely and crucial. As we mark the 75th anniversary of the Geneva Conventions, we find these cornerstones of international humanitarian law and other severe strain. The erosion of respect of these principles threatens not only our present, but casts a long shadow over our collective future. We are deeply alarmed by catastrophic humanitarian consequences of the wars and conflicts in Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, DRC, Syria, Somalia, Sahel, and in other regions of the world. We must put a halt to erosion of international humanitarian law's protective power. Parties to conflict must fully comply with these laws, and those who are committing war crime must be held accountable. Elected members of the Security Council can play a crucial role in building bridge of confidence and trust, seeking common grounds, and narrow difference among conflict parties. They are in a well position to propose constructive solution for peace in the current polarized international system. Regional and sub-regional organizations can also complement and reinforce the work of the Security Council as recognized by Article 53 of the United Nations Charter. We anticipate continuing cooperation between the United Nations and the regional and sub-regional organizations in implementing Security Council Resolution 2719 of 2023 on financing of African Union-led peace support operation, which provides framework for enforcement action led by African Union. Madam President, the United Nations Security Council, vested with the primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, must rise to meet these challenges. The global public continues to look to this council for leadership and solution. Yet, increased geopolitical competition has often turned this chamber in a political battleground and in settlement rather than serving as a unique place for diplomacy and the resolution of conflicts. The Security Council's effectiveness depends on its capacity to deliver in the benefit of humanity, on its capacity to adopt decisive and non-ambiguous resolution, presidential statements, press statements that promote positive change and enhance peace and security when and where needed. To this end, we call for improvement in Security Council's working methods to collectively address the current peace and security challenges. It is imperative that we recommit to the UN Charter and take concrete steps towards mutual respect, trust, and consensus. This includes reinforcing respect for Geneva Conventions and fostering a culture of compliance with international humanitarian law. We should also address ongoing conflicts with renewed vigor and impartiality. Gaza, Sudan, and Ukraine, among others, are situations where Council must restore its credibility and relevance. Therefore, Mozambique reiterates its call on the need for Security Council reform, which also takes into consideration the African Common Position based on a winning consensus and the sealed declaration. In conclusion, we are on view that the leadership for peace within the United Nations can only be effective if all member states respect and are guided by rules, treaties, principles, and institutions agreed upon and established in the framework of the United Nations Charter. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank His Excellency Mr. González for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jean-Noël Barrot, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie.
Madam President, I wish to thank Slovenia for convening this open debate. I also thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, the President of the ICRC, Mariana Spolajic-Egger, and President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf for their briefings. It was essential that we convene the Council at a time when the world is beset by, divided by major conflicts which are exceptionally grave in nature, conflicts which unfortunately are increasing in number. It is the responsibility of our council to address that situation, and we must do more. That responsibility first and foremost involves enforcing the rules which govern international order. It involves enforcing the UN Charter. That responsibility consequently obliges us to unreservedly condemn the war of aggression waged by Russia against Ukraine, its neighbour. As I said yesterday, the Ukrainian people have on a daily basis for more than 900 days now endured abuses, war crimes, indiscriminate shelling of civilian objects. They unjustly live in fear and suffering. That responsibility involves condemning all violations perpetrated by Russia. It demands that we ask that without delay its aggression against Ukraine cease and that Russian troops withdraw from Ukrainian territory. These demands are demands that the General Assembly have issued several times, 7 times indeed, without ambiguity. We must support Ukraine as it exercises its right to self-defense. France and its partners will continue to support the Ukrainian people for as long as is necessary, as they thwart the Russian aggression and in the quest for a just peace. A just peace can only be based on respect for our common charter. That indeed is the heart of President Zelensky's peace plan, which we support. Our responsibility is that of ensuring the fundamental principles of the UN Charter prevail. In the face of what is a war, an illegal and unjustified war of aggression, there can be no question. I am convinced that these principles are dear to us all, namely the principle of respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. Without these principles, we live by the principle of the might is right, and law does not reign in might. Without these principles, states will no longer live safely, and everyone will be able to fear that their neighbour will invade. These principles consequently must be ones that we respect and enforce. As you will have understood by now, the compliance with international law is our lodestar everywhere, as we have clearly stated since the barbaric terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas and other terrorist groups on the 7th of October, which we condemn in the very strongest terms. Israel has the right to defend itself against an aggression and the duty to do so while stringently adhering to international law, namely international humanitarian law. This law applies to everybody, including Israel. Today, the war in Gaza must stop for civilians, for the men and women of Gaza whose suffering must finally let up, for the hostages who must at last be released, and for the stability of the region, which is today on very shaky ground. The situation is untenable. The number of civilian victims is unconscionable. In the face of this humanitarian disaster, it is urgent and imperative to establish an immediate and permanent ceasefire and to finally allow the large-scale and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid. The needs of the civilian population are colossal. To guarantee a lasting solution to the crisis in the Middle East, it is urgent and imperative that we find a peaceful solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This resolution is a two-state solution. You can count on France to remain mobilized jointly with its partners to foster a decisive and irreversible resumption of peace efforts. Moreover, it is also imperative to start building now Gaza's future, to start building the day after. It is incumbent upon the Palestinian Authority, who we support, to be able to exercise its full authority in the enclave. For that to become a reality, the United Nations have and will have a key role to play. President, these imperatives must not be duties performed in words but in deeds. And I say once more, it is our collective responsibility to make the above a reality. For that reason, France will continue to strive within this council to chart that course. Incidentally, I called for the holding this evening of a meeting on Lebanon at a time when hundreds of Lebanese people, including children, have lost their lives in following Israeli strikes. Now the Council must call for de-escalation, the avoidance of a regional conflagration which would bring nothing other than devastation. Our Council must call for reason to prevail. To ensure that reason prevails, there must be restraint and the cessation of hostilities. We must see what the Council has so long called for become a reality. Mr. President, no war, no human tragedy must be forgotten. In Sudan, more than half of the population suffer from acute food insecurity. Famine has struck the Zamzam camp in North Darfur. The situation is tragic, and as such, we must remain mobilized. We must warn the Security Council of what's happening and compel them to act. And with that end in mind, we mobilized by hosting a conference in Paris, which raised €2 billion, including 900 million from the EU and its member states to support civilians in Sudan and neighboring countries. Several states at that conference signed a declaration of principles calling upon the parties to the conflict to cease hostilities, to uphold their commitments, and to uphold their obligations pursuant to international humanitarian law and human rights. We also called upon all states to refrain from any and all acts which would fuel conflicts. Here I issue that clarion call once more. Manifold diplomatic efforts have been made in recent months to resolve the crisis. These initiatives have fostered progress on the humanitarian track, such as the issuance of visas to humanitarian workers and the reopening of the Adre border crossing. This progress is encouraging, but remains far from commensurate with the urgency of the situation. Together, we must do more. Mr. President, as members of the Council, and more broadly as members of the United Nations, we must strive to ensure that this Council is able to fully discharge its primary responsibility, that is, the maintenance of international peace and security. It is to this end that France has clearly, historically, and unwaveringly supported a comprehensive reform of the Security Council. This is born of the belief that we require the expansion of the Council across its two categories of membership. We defend, and have done so unstintingly for 2 decades, an increase in Africa's representation on the Security Council, including among the permanent members. That is a key pillar of the G4 model that we support, just as we support the ambitions of Germany, Brazil, India, and Japan to have a permanent seat. In the same spirit of responsibility, France, together with Mexico, champions an initiative which is separate from the reform and which does not require amendments to the Charter. That initiative is a crucial commitment to suspend the use of the veto in mass atrocities. Member states of the organization have placed great hopes in that initiative, and we owe it to them to get things moving on it. Mr. President, the principle of humanity must prevail. This year, we mark the 75th anniversary of the 1949 Geneva Conventions. Here, I recall these are universal and apply in all circumstances during armed conflicts. We must enforce them. We will recall this at a high level with the ICRC, who is the guarantor of these conventions. We must ensure international humanitarian law is respected. Because these rules save lives. They save the lives of women, men, and children beset by war, the lives of humanitarian personnel who try to save them, whose courage I pay tribute to here. Humanitarian law also saves the lives that otherwise would grow with deep psychological wounds. There is but one standard, that is law, the law made of our charter, our conventions. That standard allows humankind to prevail and flourish. This standard is one that you can count on France to ensure is upheld. Our Council, too, at all times must enforce that law. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Barrot for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Akahori Takeshi, Senior Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan.
Madam President, I thank Prime Minister Golob and the delegation of Slovenia for organizing this important meeting. My appreciation also goes to Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President Eger of the ICRC, and former President Sirleaf of Liberia for their important contributions. Next year marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. Despite the UN's long and tireless efforts to advance peace and security, today the world is facing multiple complex challenges which have global ramifications. It is time to reform the UN to meet the needs of the new era. To this end, a coordinated multilateral approach is crucial, and the UN must be at its core. Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which has continued for more than 2.5 years, poses a blatant challenge to the international order based on the rule of law and shakes its very foundation. With regard to the situation in Gaza, we are deeply concerned about the catastrophic humanitarian situation as the fighting continues. On top of these, there are a host of issues that need to be addressed, such as the advancement of North Korea's nuclear and missile activities, and conflicts and terrorism in Africa, including in Sudan, where we are witnessing increasingly dire humanitarian conditions with a soaring number of displaced persons and violence spreading across the region. With heavy heart, we must say that divisions and confrontations are worsening, leading to crisis in many corners of the world. The Security Council must fulfill its responsibility to maintain international peace and security. As a Council member, Japan has exercised its leadership, including through hosting signature events on the rule of law, peace building, and nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. Furthermore, Japan has worked day and night to identify common ground where the Security Council can play its entrusted role. Divisions in the international community are eroding this narrow ground. However, we must work together to expand common ground. Guided by the new agenda for peace, Japan will continue to lead the efforts to advance a new frontier for peace building, particularly by preventing conflict and its recurrence. UN member states must not overlook the fact that the current structure of the Council has not changed much for almost 80 years and fail to reflect today's realities. At the Summit of the Future, world leaders issued a clear and strong message on the urgent need to reform the Security Council. We all must take concrete actions to respond to this call. In order to make the Security Council more representative, legitimate, effective, and efficient, the Council needs to be reformed, including expanding the membership in both permanent and non-permanent categories. Japan is committed to contributing even further to the maintenance of international peace and security in a reformed Council. Madam President, now is the time for action. Japan will continue to exercise leadership while working closely with other countries to make the United Nations a platform where we work hand in hand to overcome the challenges of our time. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Akahori for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jaime Barberis, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ecuador.
Deseo iniciar mi intervención.
I wish to begin my address by congratulating Prime Minister Robert Golob for the work his country has done during the presidency of the Security Council in September. I wish Slovenia every success as it continues to discharge its mandate for the rest of the month. Once again, I thank Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his efforts to bring about peace. I also thank the President of the ICRC, Ms. Mariana Eger, and Ms. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, member of the Elders Group and former President of Liberia. I thank them all for their invaluable briefings. President, at this time of global upheaval and polarization, the United Nations Charter is and must remain the beacon which guides us towards a more peaceful and prosperous world. Principles such as the peaceful resolution of disputes, non-interference, self-determination, sovereign equality of states, and norms regarding the use of force constitute the very cornerstone of international law and a pillar of the peace between peoples. These principles have saved lives. They have brought about economic and social progress, and they have spared us from another world war. History has taught us that when these principles are ignored, the consequences can be devastating, and today we are witnessing the greatest number of armed conflicts since the Second World War. That stands as a harsh reminder that we are far, far from fulfilling the promise of peace and prosperity to future generations, to whom we made commitments at the San Francisco conference almost 80 years ago. Whilst the purposes and principles of the Charter remain as relevant now as they were then, their mechanisms must evolve and adapt to new realities, and the tools of the Charter must be used more decisively. The prevention of conflicts, a principle enshrined in the Charter and reaffirmed in the Pact for the Future that we adopted this morning, deserve greater attention. Chapter 6 identifies the instruments for the Pacific settlement of disputes. These avoid the escalation of conflicts when good faith prevails. The Council must make use of the authority bestowed upon it by Article 34 of the Charter to investigate any dispute or any situation likely to endanger international peace and security. The Council must also make use of Article 96, which allows the Council to request the ICJ to give an advisory opinion on any legal question. Ladies and gentlemen, domestic crises can destabilize regions. Consequently, it is entirely logical to have a more dynamic relationship between the Council and regional organizations in accordance with Chapter 8 of the Charter. In view of their membership and remits, these organizations play a fundamental role in conflict prevention. Moreover, putting an end to impunity and avoiding the repetition of atrocity crimes is one of the imperatives to restore trust in the United Nations and in the multilateral system. The Council must play its part, and it doing that involves its strengthening cooperation with the ICC. Madam President, to conclude, I will refer to 2 points to which Ecuador attaches particular importance. The first point is the inextricable link between peace and development. We warmly welcome the various initiatives which pursue sustainable development, inclusive prosperity, and democracy, fully cognizant of the fact that sustainability in all its forms is closely linked to the peace enjoyed by a nation. In view of these beliefs, we're working in full accordance with the SDGs. And that work has been clear by what we've done on the targets in the so cherished SDG 16, peace, justice and solid institutions. These targets and goals create synergies and fit hand in glove with all the 125 targets of Agenda 2030. My second point pertains to the growing threat represented by transnational organized crime, which erodes institutions, unravels the very fabric of our democracies and fuels illicit activities, particularly corruption, trafficking in persons, weapons trafficking, trafficking in drugs, and illegal mining. As was said by our President Daniel Noboa in the debate organized by my country last December, Ecuador has been affected by a wave of transnational organized crime and attacks by narco-terrorist groups which threaten the rule of law, state authority, and border security. Effective, united and bolstered international cooperation is vital to face up to this common enemy, an enemy that has resources which far exceed our own. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, against a backdrop of grave threats to international peace and security, the privilege of being a member of the Security Council brings with it the lofty responsibility of defending the principles and values of the UN Charter. Disagreements, both present and past, must not stand as an obstacle in facing up to the major conflicts which have humankind hanging by a thread. These include Ukraine, Palestine, and Sudan. Ecuador will continue to encourage and support any and all efforts to tackle major threats to international peace and security. Many thanks indeed.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Barberis for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Today's debate is taking place in a very complex and pivotal time. Most probably, not since the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 has our planet been so close to a global conflict as today. We have an unambiguous answer as to how we ended up in such a dangerous situation. By striving to maintain their own dominance in the world, the US and its allies through NATO and the EU further dragged themselves into war with Russia in order to keep afloat the anti-Russian project in Ukraine. The root cause of this crisis, of course, is not in the efforts of the US at any cost to save the decisively bankrupt and battlefield-defeated Zelensky regime. And it's not in the natural desire of Russia either to eradicate the security threat stemming after the anti-constitutional coup in Kiev in 2014. The reasons run much deeper, and we all understand that. The recent anniversary summit of NATO saw the collective West's mask finally fall, and the clear establishment of the years-long main aim of the alliance to inflict upon Russia, a nuclear state, a defeat on the battlefield. And we all know from declassified US State Department documents that the aim is to destroy Russia and to exclude it from any kind of security systems and cooperation. And that aim was established in Washington right after the fall of the USSR. Furthermore, this aim is taking on a new hue and more specific dimensions due to the efforts of the Russophobic small Europeans who are getting the plum jobs in NATO and the EU. For example, this is what is said of Russia by someone who was recently chosen by the leaders of the EU to replace Mr. Borrell from his beautiful garden, Kaja Kallas. And I quote, "There are many different nations which are part of Russia. If you were to have more smaller nations, it wouldn't be such a bad thing if the big power were to become much smaller." So how interesting the prospects are for cooperation with Russia, with politicians with such views. However, the appetite of NATO that has completely brought the EU to heel, and even before the end of the Cold War, positioned itself solely as a counterweight to the Warsaw Pact, this appetite does not stop just at Russia. Now, inter alia, at the summit that I mentioned in Washington, the NATO country leaders publicly have proclaimed their claims to play a leading role not only in the Euro-Atlantic region, but also in the Asia-Pacific region as well. It is stated that NATO is still guided by the aim to protect the territory of its members, but for that there's a need to extend its dominance to the entire Eurasian continent and the surrounding maritime waters. The establishment of closed alliances, small geometry alliances such as AUKUS and other types of troikas and quartets are there. NATO's military infrastructure is hell-bent on pushing into the Pacific region in order to undermine the ASEAN-centric architecture. For many decades, that was established based on the principles of respect and taking into consideration mutual interest and consensus. The US and its allies seek to replace the inclusive mechanisms around ASEAN with closed, subordinate, confrontational structures that they cobbled together in order to restrain Russia, China, and other countries whose independent policies are perceived as a threat to their hegemony. The West, through its aggressive actions, has undermined a system of globalization that was to a large extent tailor-made for them. The response to any display of independent policies are illegitimate unilateral sanctions. Washington has done everything it can to blow up including literally, if we're to recall the terrorist attack against Nord Stream, to blow up the foundations for mutually beneficial energy cooperation between Russia and Germany and Europe as a whole. Ultimately, Europe promptly loses its independent clout and slips into the role of an economic and political lightweight, dependent on the whims of America. Distinguished colleagues, the deadly threat to the whole of humanity comes from the fact that Western countries embroiled in an indirect war with Russia in Ukraine, headed up by the US, this is, have lost the understanding that a global conflict between key players is highly likely to lead to a global catastrophe. Still living in the Yalta Potsdam system of international relations set up after World War II, Western elites have moved away from the principles of realpolitik based on national interest and indivisible security. This presupposes that strengthening the security of one state should not undermine the security of another. A rejection of this understanding, demonstrated in particular by NATO's unfettered expansion, creates a real threat of out-of-control escalation that is well understood by our partners from the global south. The efforts of Washington and its satellites to practically completely destroy the system of global checks and balances and the fundamental agreements in the area of arms control show this. The US baselessly is trying to accuse Russia of this, but as we say, we've got it all figured out. So we see a decrease in professional diplomacy, a culture of dialogue, which is totally punctured now by threats and militaristic statements. We completely see something which dominates in the Security Council and the UN as a whole, namely megaphone diplomacy. As a result, there's been a deterioration and, in fact, an utter loss of channels of crisis communication. Thus, without an insurance policy which enabled humanity to survive the Cold War, now the world is unprotected, and any provocation or ill-thought-through step might lead to global conflict. In the context of NATO's proxy war with Russia in Ukraine, there's a danger of such a scenario increasing. Now, I'm not going to talk today about our views regarding the root causes of the Ukrainian crisis and the events that meant that we had, in February 2022, to start our special military operation in Ukraine in full compliance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. We repeatedly have talked about this inter alia within the UN, and in particular yesterday. We have repeatedly proposed realistic options for settlement that would have enabled us to stop hostilities. Whether you like it or not, this is all down to Zelensky's clique. They already know in practice that each of our new peace initiatives that we proposed seemed less and less advantageous for Ukraine, given the dynamic on the battlefield, because they're hell-bent on self-destruction. You should recall the Minsk agreements and the Istanbul outcome document that was torpedoed by London and Washington. Now Kiev is tearing its hair out because of missed opportunities, but that train has left the station. We've heard from our Western colleagues the usual trot today with calls for Russia to withdraw its troops in order to stop the war, but I'd like to remind you here that we sent in troops precisely to stop the bloodbath that Kiev unfurled against its own citizens in the east and the southeast, and that the West in 2014 since then stubbornly decided to ignore. So by having the troops in the east and southeast of the country, the Ukrainian regime grossly violated human rights and the UN Charter. It would seem that the new head of the UK government actually condemned his actions today. So this is something that occurred today. Therefore, Western solutions to resolve the conflict just don't work. This was clearly demonstrated in the pseudo-peace conference in Bergenstock, which no one was enthusiastic about apart from the Zelensky regime and his Western backers. We better understand the scheme proposed by the aforementioned Mr. Borrell. He said, "I know how we can stop the war in Ukraine. It would just take a couple of weeks. We just need to stop supplying it with weapons. But that self-same head European diplomat specified that a victory by Russia is something that the West must stop at all costs. And that postulate is actually in the NATO-Washington summit documents. So the Ukrainian crisis is just a part of the confrontation that the West deliberately, and long before the events of 2022, has plumped for as regards Russia. If we were to discuss anything with Western colleagues, then it would be that, and not issues of saving Zelensky's skin and that of his acolytes. We would discuss how to get out of this spiral of escalation, which is threatening to destroy all life on our planet, and unlike Washington and its allies, were prepared to engage in such a discussion and are still prepared to engage in it. Distinguished colleagues, I do hope that everybody here in this chamber understands that this unbridled worsening of the international situation must be stopped for the future of generations to come who are not in a position to tackle any of the geopolitical projects of Washington, Brussels, or London. It was going to be difficult to do this, but necessary. To kick us off, as in the past, we need to have consensus on basic parameters for peaceful coexistence. Its basis must be the principle of non-interference in internal affairs, the respect for the sovereign equality of states, and security interests. There must be a new global security equalizing, so to speak, and guarantees that this will be upheld. We're convinced that its role in this equalizing can be played by our global organization because it's precisely the UN Charter which is the cornerstone of the entire international legal system, as opposed to the so-called rules-based order, which is underpinned solely by the interests and whims of Washington and its satellites. It is based on the respect for the UN Charter that we, as painlessly as possible, can shift to genuine multilateralism that benefits all states in the world, including the US. The sooner Washington admits this, then the safer our world will become. Russia, at the end of 2021, proposed to the US and NATO draft treaties on mutual security guarantees. They included the principles of the inadmissibility of nuclear war, the non-harm to the security of the parties, non-deployment of military capability in border areas, disagreements. They wanted to extend their hegemony by maintaining the status quo. This was the West's biggest geopolitical blunder. The development of the events after 2021 confirmed this. In the initial version, the guarantee initiatives are no longer relevant, but the time has come at least to resume consideration of how or what security architecture there should be in the Euro-Atlantic and Eurasian region, what it would look like, and more broadly, how to move away from this dangerous bloc logic. This is particularly important for the global south that is suffering from the ceaseless geopolitical reckless adventures of the US and its allies, which are calling for resources not to go to militarization, but to go on development. You just need to stop and think how helpful it would be for the world if the tens of billions that have been allocated by the West to the war in Ukraine could actually have gone to development. In fact, the UN today is encountering a liquidity crisis because of US action. Now, we're not even talking about global humanitarian initiatives here. Undoubtedly, this kind of discussion is possible only with one condition: the West rejecting its confrontational bent with Russia and its illusion that it's going to secure a victory over us. Those who, despite the truth and common sense, are trying to demonize our country and threaten it should recognize that a victory over a military power that still has enormous military and economic potential like Russia is just not possible in principle. I will tell you frankly, the West today is scared not of having a victory over Russia, but rather that truth will prevail. And that will lead to the fact that countries in the world will stop fearing it. And that will undermine the US and its satellites' hegemony. and they can't imagine their own existence without that. And whatever nice, pleasant things the Western people say in this chamber. And since belief in justice and equity is linked with Russia, we have no compunction whatsoever about coming into this chamber as today the head of governments of a country said that is responsible for the most gross colonialist sins, and in fact for most of the crises on the UN's agenda. That's what he said. We are in the UN with our heads held high, and we are proud to be here. Madam President, in conclusion, I'd like to underscore that, of course, truth will prevail, and we will help with that. The processes that are underway already are irreversible. Therefore, we would urge our Western colleagues not to try and hold these processes back, but to join with them and thus to establish new equal cooperation in the world based on the principles outlined in our statement. A positive alternative to this scenario just quite simply does not exist today. We want to believe that Western states still have enough common sense and the instinct for self-preservation that would help them as quickly as possible to recognize that. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. The representative of the United States has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize. I realize it is getting late. We all want to have lunch, but I have to respond to some of the words uttered by the Russian representative here, and I'll be brief on this. Look, he presents, as Russia always does in here, a very selective and distorted and warped interpretation of history. This is unsurprising. We see it all the time. It fools no one. His country's war of aggression isolates Russia further. We don't have to demonize Russia. Russia's doing a great job of demonizing itself in the eyes of the world. The last point will be that its war of aggression against Ukraine will fail. Ukraine will prevail. And Russia just needs to end this destabilizing rhetoric and nuclear saber rattling. It's not becoming of a permanent member of the Security Council. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement, and the representative of the Russian Federation has asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give them the floor.
Madam President, I do apologize for my American colleague who is trying to spoil your discussions. We normally don't have these kinds of responses, but of course I cannot fail to respond to his words. In particular, it's astonishing that these words were spoken by a representative of a state who is responsible for the overwhelming majority of acts of aggressions and crises and toppling of democratic regimes and violations of human rights in the 21st century. We don't need to look very far. The most recent crisis, for example, was fully inspired or triggered by something that the US has fully supported, including the crisis in Gaza, the worst crisis that we have experienced for a long time. About 42,000 people have already died. If there was no mention of the right of veto here by the US representative, and if there hadn't been the use of the veto, rather, and the playing into the hands of his Israeli friends, there would the killings and deaths in the Middle East would long since have ceased. And that is precisely what I'm asking our American colleagues to have a good hard think about, and to be concerned about the fact that recently our Western colleagues are becoming increasingly isolated in the UN and in the Security Council. So I think that we should stop our rights of reply there out of respect for our Slovenian colleagues. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 p.m. This meeting is suspended.
Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Prime Minister of Tuvalu, distinguished heads of state and government, excellencies, distinguished participants, I warmly welcome all of you to this high-level plenary meeting held in accordance with Resolution 78/319 of 1st August 2024 under the overall theme, Addressing the Threats Posed by Sea Level Rise. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today at this high-level meeting on sea level rise. Your presence here today signals the importance you ascribe to the critical issue, and indeed, it is critical. It is estimated that sea levels will rise by 20 centimeters between 2020 and 2050. Since the start of the 20th century, sea levels have risen faster than at any other point over the last 3,000 years, leaving millions, if not billions, in imminent peril. While it may seem incremental to those of us far from the shores, not everyone has the luxury of high ground or the financial resources to take precautionary measures. For those on the front lines, the impacts of rising seas threaten livelihoods, inflict damage to settlements and critical infrastructure, and can, in its most dramatic manifestations, force the displacement of entire island populations and coastal communities. At the moment, it is estimated that up to 1.2 billion people could be forcibly displaced by sea level rise. It is clear that we need a collective response that protects those who call the world's most vulnerable regions home. Excellencies, I am convinced that we should not lose hope. Our efforts now can alter our path, but we must work together to build resilience and tackle disaster vulnerability.
We must ensure the development and implementation of climate adaptation strategies, including ensuring reliable early warning systems. We must improve coastal management practices. Above all, we must stop the global warming that is fueling sea level rise by recommitting to our goal of limiting temperature rise to no more than 1.5 degrees. With the nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement due next year, we have an opportunity to accelerate our efforts. And before this, at the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Baku, we can work together to boost financing for climate action with the appropriate support provided to those most affected by sea level rise. Excellencies, today's discussion touches upon many aspects of climate change, but it should not be conflated as another climate summit. True, sea level rise is fueled by climate change, but it is our inability as yet to halt climate change that has necessitated this parallel track to deal with its devastating impacts. Let me be clear. Even with effective climate action in the long term, we have to reconcile the fact that entire islands are at risk of being lost, entire coastlines are being eroded and are vanishing. These impacts that will affect people as far away as the Pacific Islands or as close as right here in New York City. It is an issue we cannot morally, politically, or financially afford to ignore. It is time to make decisions. It is time to act. I hope that you approach today's discussions with a spirit of cooperation and solidarity and help to lay a path forward for those on the front lines of rising seas. I thank you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our world is in dangerous waters. Scientists tell us that the global sea level is now rising faster than at any time in the last 3,000 years and accelerating. The rate of increase has more than doubled since the 1990s. They tell us the cause is clear. Greenhouse gases, overwhelmingly from burning fossil fuels, are heating our planet, expanding seawater and melting ice. But they cannot tell us where this will end. That is down to world leaders today. Their choices will determine the scale, pace, and impact of future sea level rise. Temperature increases over 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels could take the world past dangerous tipping points, potentially leading to long-term irreversible collapse of the Greenland and West Antarctica ice sheets. In the worst-case scenario, people alive today could witness sea levels rise by meters. Excellencies, près de 900 millions de personnes.
Low-lying coastal zones are home to around 900 million people. For them, rising seas mean a rising tide of misery. More intense storm surges, coastal erosion, and coastal flooding. Communities swamped, freshwater contaminated, crops ruined, infrastructure damaged, biodiversity destroyed, and economies decimated, with sectors such as fisheries, agriculture, and tourism pummeled. The poorest and most vulnerable are hardest hit. I saw this recently in the Pacific, where cyclones are tearing chunks out of island economies. In 2015, Vanuatu suffered damage equivalent to well over half its GDP. Meanwhile, in Panama, hundreds of island families have been relocated to the mainland. In Bangladesh, saltwater is polluting drinking water, killing crops, and creating a health threat that can be deadly, particularly for pregnant women. In the city of St. Louis in Senegal, homes, schools, small businesses, and mosques have reportedly been abandoned to the encroaching tide. Such events are reproduced across the globe. This is what climate injustice looks like. This is the face of inequity. But the rich are not immune. Advanced economies are spending billions in damages and adaptation. And without rapid action, we're in for much worse. As the title of today's debate reminds us, for some, this could be existential. Whole islands lost. Coastal communities destroyed as lands become uninhabitable and uninsurable. Mass displacement can pile pressure on scarce resources elsewhere, inflaming already dire situations. Global trade, food systems, and supply chains will be battered as ports are damaged and agricultural land and fisheries ruined. Rising seas will reshape not only coastlines, but economies, politics, and security too.
Excellencies, one drastic action to reduce emissions can limit sea level rise. And only drastic action to adapt can keep people safe from rising waters. Everyone must be protected by an alert system by 2027, in line with our early warnings for all initiatives. And all countries must deliver new national climate action plans or national determined contributions well ahead of COP30 next year. These must align with 1.5 degrees, cover all sectors of the economy, and put us on track to phase out fossil fuels fast and fairly. The G20, around 80% of global emissions, must lead and align their fossil fuel production and consumption plans with 1.5 degrees. Money is indispensable. We need a strong finance outcome at COP29 this year, including on new and innovative sources of capital. We need significant contributions to the new Loss and Damage Fund as a step towards climate justice. We need developed countries to double adaptation finance to at least $40 billion a year by 2025, and to show how they will close the adaptation finance gap. And we need reform of the multilateral development banks to become bigger, bolder, and able to deliver far more affordable finance for developing countries. We made real progress at the Summit of the Future. We must keep driving that forward, including at the World Summit for Social Development and the Financing for Development Conference next year. We must also address gaps in our international legal framework concerning sea level rise to ensure continuing access to resources while protecting existing maritime boundaries, as well as to protect affected persons and, in extreme scenarios, to address the implications related to statehood. Excellencies, We cannot leave the hopes and aspirations of billions of people dead in the water. We cannot allow the wholesale destruction of countries and communities. It's time to turn the tide and save ourselves from rising seas. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly at his 78th session.
His Excellency Philomene Yang, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Felati Teo, Prime Minister of Tuvalu, Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, dear friends, I stand before you today with a great sense of purpose, hope, and anticipation as I reflect on the transformative strides that we have made collectively to get to this watershed moment. This high-level meeting finally recognizes sea level rise to have an agenda of its own through the remarkable and unprecedented action of the United Nations General Assembly. It is a recognition of the immediacy of the existential threats of sea level rise. It presents realities, its present realities are unfolding before our very eyes. In this century, many of the small island states and low-lying areas will lose considerable territory to rising sea level. Some are likely to become mostly uninhabitable. 1 billion people are now vulnerable, living in low-lying or coastal areas. The magnitude and the unprecedented nature of the challenge demand global action, and the membership rose to this challenge by taking decisive action through the General Assembly. I congratulate the membership for this achievement. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the co-facilitators, the ambassadors of Costa Rica and of New Zealand, as well as my climate envoy and advisor, Professor Amakrane, for their talent, creativity, and relentless commitment to achieve compromise and consensus. It would be remiss of me if I did not recognize the invaluable contribution of various coalitions that acted as locomotives to build momentum in the process. In particular, I would like to congratulate the Coalition for Addressing Sea Level Rise and its Existential Threats, the CSET, as well as the Pacific Small Island Developing States, the Caribbean Community, and the Alliance of Small Island States. Excellencies, we need to be clear that while there is room for congratulation, this is just a beginning. This is the starting point to shape an ambitious declaration by the General Assembly in September 2026. The declaration is an opportunity to secure prosperity, dignity, and rights of all affected countries and communities. Through the declaration, we must reaffirm that sovereignty and statehood are inalienable rights, and they are enduring and permanent, notwithstanding any circumstances of sea level rise. The principle of statehood continuity should be affirmed as a tenet of international law and international cooperation. The membership in the United Nations and its specialized agencies is also enduring and permanent, regardless of climate change and sea level rise. Maritime zones and the rights and entitlements that flow from them should not be reduced as a result of the impacts of sea level rise. The positive adaptation journeys of the most vulnerable communities must be better supported. Climate financing is not sufficiently reaching the local level and should not saddle countries suffering from repeat disasters with more and more debt. Climate mobility pathways that facilitate movement safely, orderly, and with dignity are needed. Existing legal gaps in protecting the human rights of affected populations and those forcibly displaced by sea level rise need to be promptly addressed. We should have the required frameworks to uphold the rights of all, leaving no one behind. Concrete programs that support the efforts of affected countries to safeguard their unique culture and heritage, both tangible and intangible, are urgently needed and require the full support of the international community. Knowledge, data, and science to anticipate and plan for the impacts of sea level rise need to better inform policies and planning for adaptation and disaster risk management. Excellencies, colleagues, let us sculpt our ambition into an action-oriented, comprehensive declaration. Let us seize every opportunity to shape the declaration and build the global partnership that can turn it into reality. The hopes and aspirations of the 1 billion vulnerable people are at stake, and we must do everything possible to ensure that they do not become the so-called bottom billion, because we must leave no stone unturned to ensure that we leave no one behind. I thank you.
I thank the President of the General Assembly at his 78th session. I now give the floor to His Excellency Feleti Tio, Prime Minister of Tuvalu.
Thank you, President. Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Philemon Yang, the immediate past President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Dennis Francis, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, I am indeed very humbled by the great honor vested in me to speak at this opening session. A honor and responsibility that I accept with humility to speak as a representative of a member state most affected by the existential threats posed by sea level rise. But my country, Tuvalu, is just one of the many affected countries. Global action and prompt response. No nation, no community can address it alone. For small island developing countries, sea level rise poses an existential threat to our economies, to our culture and heritage, and to the land that nourished our ancestors for centuries. The existential threat we face is not of our making, but it will remake us. In this century, many of the small island states and low-lying countries will lose considerable territory to rising sea, with some, like my country, running the risk of becoming largely uninhabitable. Rises, salt water permeates into the aquifers that provides our drinking water. A rising ocean brings higher tides, and with increasing storm intensity, our villages and fields are devastated throughout the year. Flooding increases soil salinity, reducing crop yields and weakening trees. Infrastructures such as homes, roads, and power lines are washed away. Higher land on which to rebuild does not exist. Our people will be unable to exist on the islands and shore they have called home for generations. Livelihoods are destroyed, families gradually move, community cohesion is tested, heritage is lost, and eventually the very fabric of our nations become increasingly threatened. For many of us, these are the hard realities we experience today, not the projections of a coming future. Yet the agreements reached at annual climate summits and international meetings say nothing about sea level rise, ignoring the plight of entire nations and deterring the voices of the 1 million people impacted. This is why today is a historical moment. This summit finally places sea level rise at the top of the international agenda through the remarkable and unprecedented action of the UN General Assembly. And I congratulate President Francis, his climate envoy, Professor Amagrain, and the co-facilitators, Ambassador Chan of Costa Rica and Ambassador Swalka of New Zealand, for this important achievement. Today is our historical opportunity to turn the global tide and to embark on a common path that secures prosperity, dignity, and rights to all affected countries and communities. Excellencies, today's summit hails a new kind of international cooperation. It raises awareness of the multidimensional nature of the threats of sea level rise. It calls for a comprehensive, multi-pronged approach to address it. Indeed, our meeting today is the kickstart of a responsible and informed process. It marks the takeoff for our global effort to shape an ambitious declaration by the General Assembly in September 2026. Our expectations are very much clear to that end. The declaration must be a strong pronouncement in support of the expectation of the 1 billion people. The declaration shall be an unwavering commitment to our sovereignty, dignity, prosperity, and rights. The declaration must be action-oriented and comprehensive. Towards that objective, we expect the declaration to include the following. Firstly, to ascertain the principle of statehood continuity as a tenet of international law and international cooperation, and to affirm that statehood cannot be challenged under any circumstances of sea level rise. Our membership in the United Nations and its specialized agency is permanent, notwithstanding the impact of climate change. Secondly, the declaration to reaffirm that our maritime zones, as established and notified to the Secretary General of the United Nations in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and the rights and entitlements that flow from them shall continue to apply without reduction, notwithstanding any physical changes connected to climate change, sea level rise. Thirdly, the declaration to call on the international community and regional institutions to enable climate mobility pathways that facilitate movement safely, orderly, and with dignity. We must address existing legal gaps and devise needed international legal frameworks to ensure the protection of the human rights of affected populations and those forcibly displaced by sea level rise. Fourthly, the declaration to devise concrete programs for the international community to support our efforts to safeguard our unique culture and heritage, both tangible and intangible. Fifthly, the declaration to establish dedicated and innovative financing mechanism to support the positive adaptation journeys of the most vulnerable communities. Such climate financing needs to reach the local level and should not burden countries suffering from repeat disasters with ever more debt. Together, we need to develop better economic opportunities and resilient livelihood for future generations. Finally, the declaration to underscore the importance of knowledge, data, and science to anticipate and plan for the impact of sea level rise, and to establish a dedicated platform to share best practices, innovative solutions, and necessary data and analysis to support informed risk disaster management decisions in affected countries. Excellencies, addressing sea level rise will merely be an aspiration without new partnership that can ensure higher collaborations, common purpose, and collective effort. We welcome the launch of the Community's Climate Adaptation Facility that will provide climate quick impact grants to our affected community. We encourage the donor community and the climate financing institutions to channel their support through it. Further, I invite you to join the coalition for addressing sea level rise and its existential threats, co-chaired by Tuvalu and Germany, and pressed forward by a group of 10 strong champions, including Morocco, Romania, South Korea, Malta, Denmark, Costa Rica, Palau, Antigua and Barbuda, New Zealand, and Bangladesh. As a coalition for higher ambition, we will continue to work with all of you to advance stronger advocacy, to raise global awareness, and to ensure higher commitment in support for the affected countries and community. Finding the right solutions will require statesmanship and empathy, beginning with an acknowledgement that a situation globally caused must also have a globally just and equitable solution. The international community needs to act now. We cannot afford to wait any longer. I thank you all and wish the high-level meeting all the success. Faraftailasi, Tuvalu Modertua, Tuvalu for God.
I thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. We have heard the last speaker for the opening segment. I thank once again the Secretary General of the United Nations, the President of the General Assembly at the 78th session, and the Prime Minister of Tuvalu for their participation and important interventions. I shall now briefly pause to allow our special guests to take their leave from the podium. The plenary segment of the meeting will begin shortly. Representatives are requested to remain seated.
We shall now hear statements by member states and observers of the General Assembly and members of the United Nations specialized agencies. Before we proceed, I would like to inform delegations that all multi-stakeholder panels will take place in parallel to this plenary segment in Conference Room 1. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, I would like to remind delegations that there is a long list of speakers. In order to enable as many delegations as possible to be able to speak at this meeting, I strongly encourage you to observe the 3-minute time limit for statements by individual delegations and 5-minute time limit for statements made on behalf of a group of states. The time limit for statements will be strictly enforced, including through microphone cutoff. Having said this, I would appeal to all speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace to facilitate interpretation into the 6 official languages of the General Assembly. I now give the floor to His Excellency Jose Maria Pereira Neves, the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde.
Excellencies, rising sea levels are one of the most alarming consequences of climate change and pose an existential threat to many countries, especially small island developing states like Cabo Verde. In effect, as the sea is simultaneously a source of life, of sustenance, and wealth, this phenomenon presents us with a dilemma: how to protect our heritage, our communities, our sovereignty, and maritime territorial integrity in a scenario of such unpredictable changes. Addressing climate changes, namely those posed by the relentless and unprecedented rise in sea levels, requires a coordinated, urgent, and effective response from all of us. As a global community, we must act in solidarity with those on the front lines and engage in a serious and responsible dialogue about the realities and rights of the most affected communities and countries. This will entail a significant reinforcement of international commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, it is important to create robust financial mechanisms to support the most vulnerable countries and communities in implementing adaptation measures, in protecting their coastal zones, in anticipating and planning climate mobility, as well as through legal instruments that recognize and respond appropriately to this new reality in order to increase resilience, protect the rights, and offer new opportunities. Finally, we need a holistic approach that combines development of sustainable livelihood, restoration of ecosystems, adaptation of infrastructures, and preservation of cultural heritage to support the most vulnerable countries and communities. This high-level meeting represents a unique opportunity to drive multilateral action and should result in a redoubled commitment from each of us and in coordinated and comprehensive actions by the United Nations system, providing strong support to the most affected countries and communities. This is clearly not the end, but a beginning, and I'm confident that we are writing the opening chapter of a long global journey. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I now give the floor to His Excellency Wavel Ramkalawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, sea level rise is no longer a distant threat. It is a daily reality, particularly for small island states, where the encroaching ocean threatens our homes and livelihoods. With limited options for retreat, the cost of mitigation and adaptation are alarmingly high, straining our already scarce resources. Every year, the sea inches closer, eroding land, threatening homes, and jeopardizing infrastructure, leaving us in constant fear for our safety and the future of our communities. In Seychelles, our economy relies heavily on tourism and fishing, industries directly imperiled by coastal erosion. As our shores recede, so does our economic stability, and with it, our food security. Protecting our environment becomes increasingly challenging as vital coastal ecosystems are under threat, jeopardizing vital coastal protection, carbon sequestration, and nutrient cycling. Preserving this is essential for our survival. Despite pioneering initiatives such as debt for nature swaps, and sovereign blue bonds, Seychelles still lacks the necessary finance and technology to adequately address sea level rise. Our 2021 NDCs estimate that close to 671 million USD is required to implement the necessary mitigation and adaptation measures by 2030. The African Development Bank estimated in 2023 that Seychelles would require an astounding 1.25 billion USD to respond adequately to climate change cumulatively up to 2030. These figures make it clear that climate action cannot be backed by our national budget alone. Our path to sustainable development is threatened by the very waters that surround us. Tackling the rising seas requires a comprehensive approach that addresses the complexities of climate change, finance, and international law. Our discussions today must reflect the urgency of this crisis, placing people at the heart of our solutions. Without urgent global action to curb emissions and support adaptive measures, sea level rise could lead to widespread displacement, food insecurity, and the loss of cultural heritage, fundamentally altering lives of millions. Let this be the moment where we stand together with resolve and determination to secure a sustainable, dignified, and resilient future for all. I thank you.
I thank His Excellency, the President of Seychelles. Sorry for the mispronunciation earlier on. I now give the floor to His Excellency Edgars Rinkēvičs, the President of the Republic of Latvia.
Excellencies, the pressing issue of sea level rise requires our undivided attention. It is a global issue, but for the low-lying and small island developing states, it's an issue of existential nature. We need to advance the implementation of the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for small island developing states. We must deliver on sustainable development. It is in the best interest of all of us. That is also the commitment of the Summit of the Future, to deliver for everyone, everywhere, in a challenging world. It is essential to accelerate climate finance, especially for the nations carrying the hardest burden of the sea level rise, to support mitigation, adaptation, and resilience efforts. Latvia has contributed to the United Nations Central Emergency Response Fund, and we will support the United Nations Loss and Damage Fund. Latvia is committed to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. We are in the 13th place globally for achievement of sustainable development goals. Latvia stands ready to share expertise on building a digitally enabled climate action. Latvia follows closely the legal implications of the sea level rise. It stems from our specific historic experience in relation to the state continuity. A clear legal framework is essential to address the threats and to strengthen rules-based international order. Latvia welcomes the advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea on obligations of states to prevent marine pollution. We will continue to engage in these processes in respect of climate change. We will continue to follow the work of the International Law Commission on the sea level rise in relation to international law. Climate change undeniably is a risk for global peace and security. It must be addressed by the United Nations Security Council. And we will continue to highlight this issue if Latvia is elected to Security Council in 2025. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Latvia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ala Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege and pleasure to address this esteemed gathering today. Estonia is a maritime country with more than 3,000 kilometers of sea border. We are seamen. Sea is our heritage and part of our livelihood. We feel bonded with all maritime states which have very close interaction through oceans and seas. We have several thousand small islands impacted directly from a sea level rise. Climate change fuels a problem that has brought us together today, the threat of sea level rise. Unfortunately, it affects some of the most vulnerable countries much more rapidly than expected. I want to highlight that I share your concern. It is our common worry. To deal with the impact of climate change, we need to cooperate even more distinctively. We can start by sharing the best practices regarding the solutions we have used to deal with climate change and with the threats posed by the sea level rise. Also, it's very important to engage with local communities and indigenous peoples, those who are the most vulnerable and who have the best overview of developments on the ground. The first meeting regarding the sea level rise is a good start to put forward new ideas. I would support first to establish a close international cooperation between our scientists to exchange science-based evidence of what is happening with global climate. We'll also need to regularly share the measures of impacts of a sea level fluctuation. Based on this, we could provide risk scenarios. There are countries that have been already substantially impacted by the sea level rise and others who are expecting it. And thus, we need to proceed also with risk management. I would strongly encourage to use innovative approaches to support monitoring and risk analysis. We should use EA and all available means to develop relevant environmental and climate impact maps. As a conclusion, I would like to highlight a global initiative which was born in Estonia, a World Cleanup Day. This has now become officially a United Nations Day, and the global cleanup took place just 5 days ago, on the 20th of September. I truly believe that we can use the same collaborative drive for a massive cleanup for our oceans and seas. For Estonia, global climate commitments remain our priority. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Estonia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohamed Muisu, President of the Republic of Maldives.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, good morning. Hosted the first international conference on small states on sea level rise. That conference, in its outcome document, the Mali Declaration on Global Warming and Sea Level Rise, recognized sea level rise as a common concern for humankind, that it would cause extensive damage to land and infrastructure. The conference called for urgent action against sea level rise, the availability of resources and technology, and continuous dialogue on the issue of sea level rise. It also called for establishing a working group, which eventually became the Alliance of Small Island States, to advocate and champion for SIDS in the fight for greater climate action. A fight we are delighted has reached the hallowed halls of the General Assembly today. For an emergency is upon us, threatening our way of life, our cultural identity, and our heritage, increasing and intensifying adverse weather and natural disasters, affecting in turn the well-being of our people, eroding our development gains, and putting our economy at risk. Climate change and resulting sea level rise demands urgent, consistent, and coordinated global action. Action that enhances the adaptive capacity of coastal communities and low-lying island states that are most susceptible. Let me outline 3 such actions. First, urgently increase the provision of and access to adaptation finance. Adaptation support has not caught up to the rate of climate degradation. We call to urgently address the imbalance between mitigation and adaptation. We urge to double adaptation financing. We ask to remove the tedious approval procedures and conditions to access finance, and encourage financing on a needs basis. Without support towards our specific adaptation needs, the targets set out in the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda cannot be achieved. We need political will and a coherent approach. A necessary first step is to incorporate the promise enshrined in the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS into the International Development and Climate Financing Framework. Second, operationalize loss and damage fund. And third, transfer technology. We have the science, we have the knowledge, and we have the tools to combat climate change. In 1987, our capital city, Male, was inundated with sea swells. We have the will to thrive. Our call to action, our fight to live on will survive. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Maldives. I now give the floor to His Excellency Prithvi Raj Singh Rugban, President of the Republic of Mauritius.
Madam President, Excellencies, as we speak, climate change is disrupting the way we live and the livelihood of millions. What is happening today did not happen yesterday. And we all seriously apprehend what will happen tomorrow. It is a threat to future generations. States like Mauritius are already being disproportionately impacted by global warming. Temperatures and sea levels in Mauritius are rising at a faster rate than global averages. In some places, our beach has receded by up to 20 meters, impacting more than 37 kilometers of our coastline. This represents already 11%. Rising sea level is leaving no country untouched. It is most unfair that countries which have contributed the least to this catastrophic situation are being disproportionately affected. All are fully aware that more needs to be done. More investment should be channeled in research, technology for innovative solutions to combat and adapt to sea level rise. Best practices should be shared, especially to combat coastal erosion. Adaptation measures are costly, and no country can address these challenges on its own, especially SIDS. There should be common and differentiated consideration for all those with limited technologies and financial resources. International cooperation and dedicated concessionary financing for SIDS is essential. Well-endowed countries have a moral imperative to do so. Mauritius firmly believes with the AOSIS declaration on sea level rise and statehood. We acknowledge and commend the ITLOS landmark decision. Hopefully, the ICG advisory opinion on climate change will further reinforce climate obligation. In the name of industrialization and technological advancement, nature has been used and abused. It is now time for humanity to ensure that the fruits reaped be geared towards healing Mother Nature. Together, through political leadership and collective action, we may still have a last chance to avert.
I thank the President of the Republic of Mauritius. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Hilda Haney, President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of the Marshall Islands welcomes today's high-level meeting of the General Assembly on sea level rise as a vital opportunity to advance multilateral dialogue on a complex issue with diverse viewpoints. For decades of raising these issues at the UN, we were told that whatever room we raised this in, it was the wrong room. Maybe now we have found the right room. The Marshall Islands strongly affirms the 2024 AOSIS Leaders' Declaration on Sea Level Rise. In the Pacific Islands region, leaders have affirmed climate change as the greatest threat to peace and security. For our entire Pacific Islands region, the boundaries and baselines which define us remain whole and fixed, just as they have been submitted. Holding otherwise would impair stability as well as to undermine a fundamental principle of our unique ocean-locked region. We are not going to change the map for a crisis we did not cause. This common threat is now not only our regional state practice, but that of all small island developing states. We urge other nations in this room, those who are true friends and allies to island nations, to strengthen support for the AOSIS Declaration. We welcome the work of the International Law Commission, and we look forward to its conclusions as pillars upon which we may build. As a low-lying nation with no higher ground, climate poses severe risks in every sector of our society. We pursue ambitious adaptation, but lack clear finance pathways toward transformative solutions which address the threat at scale. There is a fundamental principle of equity, of legal fairness, that if you rig the map and try to erase us with a pencil, how much more will be taken by a climate crisis we did not cause? Our sovereignty ultimately rests with our people, not in distant diplomatic centers. The answers cannot be that our borders will be ambiguous or open for international plunder of our resources, or that it is simply cheaper to move us than it is to respect us. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I now give the floor to His Excellency Wesley Semina, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia.
President, fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Micronesia has over 600 atolls and non-lying islands. Right now, we are already experiencing the adverse physical impacts of climate change-related sea level rise on our coastlines and the people who live there, including salt water intrusion into food and water sources, the loss of important cultural spaces, and population displacement. Even our deads are not safe. Their referred resting places have been violated by sea level rise. The climate crisis is the single greatest threat to the security of Micronesia and the Blue Pacific continent. Sea level rise is one of the starkest manifestations of that. Unfortunately, there is no dedicated agenda item at the General Assembly or other relevant UN process on sea level rise. This is a shortcoming that we must resolve with urgency. Micronesia remains committed to this cause as exemplified in the recently adopted AOS's Declaration on Sea Level Rise and Statehood earlier this week. While we underscore how dangerous climate change-related sea level rise can be, especially for small island developing states like Micronesia, we must not give up. The international community must accelerate efforts to transition away from fossil fuels, especially in this current critical decade for climate action. This is critically needed in order to bend the emissions curve and avoid the harshest impacts of sea level rise. Time is running out, but our fight must continue. We owe it to our future generations and our only home, our planet Earth. I thank you.
I thank the President and Head of the Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Ratu Waliame Maivalili Katonivere, the President of the Republic of Fiji.
Madam President, distinguished guests, the issue before us needs no introduction. Sea level rise poses a significant threat to the lives and livelihoods of hundreds of millions of people worldwide. Its impact must be well understood and managed. The most recent IPCC report highlights that the amount of heat absorbed by our oceans will cause sea levels to continue rising for 1,000 years. Sea level rise is an inescapable risk and a well-known reality across small island states. The complexity and the scale of threats we face is alarming. In Fiji, the concentration of our communities, economies, and infrastructure are in close proximity to the coastal zones. The average elevation of our island country is about 3 to 7 feet above sea level. Yet sea level rise in the Blue Pacific is at 2 to 3 times the global average. Madam President, our development gains to continue to be reversed as a direct result of sea level rise from damaged infrastructure, saltwater intrusion into agricultural lands, erosion of our lands, our food sources, and livelihoods are compromised. Our future is uncertain. Where will we be in the next 100 years? Will our children and their children have a place to call home? We have no reason to rest on our laurels. Sea level rise is a global problem that requires a global solution. Our people have not been blind to the writing on the wall. As Pacific leaders, we issued 2 declarations in 2021 and 2023. We recognize the maintenance of maritime zones, a continuity of statehood, and protection of persons in view of climate change-related sea level rise. This week, we adopted the OCEAN's Leadership Declaration on sea level rise and statehood. As part of our proactive preparation, Pacific Islanders leaders have endorsed a Pacific Regional Framework on Climate Mobility, a first in the world. Madam President, allow me to clear my expectations. When I consider this issue, I'm not only considering the shores of my home, but the scenarios and realities faced by all Pacific Island states, as well as the broader international community. Atoll island nations must have their specific and extreme vulnerabilities recognized and supported through long-term investments and innovative funding arrangements. With this, Fiji is encouraged by convening of this plenary meeting and welcomes the inclusion of sea level rise as an agenda for the General Assembly. We
I thank the President of the Republic of Fiji. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Uduch Zenjibao Senior, Vice President and Minister of Justice of the Republic of Palau.
Thank you, Madam President. We align ourselves with the statement delivered by Samoa on behalf of AOSIS and Tonga on behalf of the Pacific Islands Forum. Madam President, allow me to begin by congratulating the permanent representative of New Zealand and the permanent representative of Costa Rica on their stewardship. As those who have engaged in the intergovernmental process will recognize, sea level rise presents an urgent threat to island states and coastal communities across the globe. In Palau, 25% of our island population lives less than 10 meters above sea level. This way of life is typical across our region, with approximately 90% of Pacific Island populations residing within 5 kilometers of the coast. Additionally, sea level rise in the Pacific is expected to be 10 to 30% higher than the global average, putting our people at risk of being displaced from their homeland by 2050 due to rising seas and the impacts of climate change. That is, if in halls such as this, the individuals called upon for cooperation and progress do not rise to the occasion. Therefore, and firstly, this high-level plenary must firmly establish sea level rise on the international agenda, mobilize political leadership, and ensure multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder collaboration towards effective response and mitigation of sea level rise. Secondly, the Secretary General's report, together with a summary of today's meeting, should serve as a guidepost for further fact-based and action-oriented strategies to address sea level rise. Finally, a high-level plenary meeting held before the conclusion of the 81st session of the General Assembly must remain a landmark towards which we steer future discussion. On the basis of this timeline, the international community should produce an intergovernmentally negotiated declaration by consensus around which to unify and without question take meaningful action against the threat of sea level rise. Therefore, to close, Madam President, may I reiterate our shared responsibility here today. Globally, the ocean is a shared source of life, and its rising tides cannot be faced alone. In the spirit of global solidarity, we must recognize and address the threat posed to our small island and coastal communities and strive to uphold our mandate. It is here that we highlight the AOC's declaration on statehood, which affirms our statehood cannot be challenged under any circumstances of climate change-related sea level rise, and that our statehood and sovereignty will continue in the right to climate change-related sea level rise. Thank you.
I thank the Vice President and Minister of Justice of the Republic of Palau. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Mataafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Samoa.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, I have the honor to speak on behalf of 39 SIDS that are especially affected by sea level rise. As states literally defined by the ocean, the effect of sea level rise on our states cannot be understated. The impact will be life-altering. It threatens the well-being of our peoples, cultures, food security, and livelihoods. What makes these serious and irreversible impacts worse is the unfairness of the situation. The climate crisis is not of our making. We contributed almost nothing to this global scourge, but it is our land that is being consumed by the sea. But we know that the impacts on our states are felt long before inundation. Salt water intrudes into arable land. Populations are forced to move inland. Coastal infrastructure is destroyed. Life becomes more difficult for our citizens and more challenging and expensive for governments. While SIDS can attempt to adapt, we must remember that sea level rise is a symptom of a larger climate crisis. The only solution to sea level rise is to mitigate climate change. That requires urgent action by all states, especially those that have and are contributing the most to the climate crisis. SIDS have not been quiet on this global catastrophe. We have been sounding the alarm on sea level rise since 1989 with the adoption of the Mali Declaration on Global Warming and Sea Level Rise. This was our first step as SIDS to secure our collective future in the face of sea level rise. Our continued calls for international cooperation towards effective solutions and protection of SIDS have brought us to the AOSIS Declaration on Sea Level Rise and Statehood, a concrete step forward in international law. And I wish to highlight, Madam President, some key points. We declare that international law is based on the fundamental principle of the continuity of states. We affirm that consistent with the principles of equity, fairness, and sovereign equality of states, statehood cannot be challenged under any circumstances of sea level rise, and we declare that the statehood and sovereignty of SIDS and our membership in international organizations will continue withstanding sea level rise. No matter the physical changes wrought by the climate crisis, we will remain sovereign states. Changes to our sovereignty will only happen if we freely decide it. SIDS will continue to define our collective way forward on sea level rise in a manner that respects international law, fairness, and equity. I thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Samoa. I now give the floor to His Excellency Charlotte Salwai Tabi Masmas, Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement as Chair of the Pacific Small Island Development States, represented in New York. We align ourselves with the statement delivered by Uganda on behalf of the Group of 77 and China, Samoa on behalf of the AOCs, and Tonga on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum. Excellencies, as CIS, we stand at the forefront of the global struggle against the grave threats of sea level rise. We are deeply affected by the increasing variability and intensity of climate impacts. Our people face daily the dire consequences of a phenomenon that threatens the survival of our people. Today, we bring to this esteemed assembly a call for urgent and decisive action. We fully support the General Assembly's decision, which reaffirmed the need for enhanced international cooperation and collective action to address the impact of the sea level rise. This is not just a policy issue. It is a matter of survival for our people and communities in states and other small island developing states. Recent projections indicate that sea level rise around the Pacific region are expected to rise between 17 to 37 centimeters by 2050, depending on global emission pathways, with potentially devastating consequences of our low-lying coastal areas. We have already experienced a 10 to 15 centimeter rise in sea level since 1993, which has exacerbated coastal flooding and erosion, threatening the livelihoods of our communities. The increased frequencies of intensity of tropical cyclones, particularly during the La Nina events, further compounds this risk as we face stronger and more destructive storms. This reality underscores the critical need for the international community to act with urgency and solidarity. Excellencies, states wholehearted support of the AOC's declaration on sea level rise and statehood. This declaration affirms a fundamental principle under international law that the continuity of statehood in the face of climate change-related sea level rise is not only a matter of equity and justice, but an essential right. Our sovereignty and statehood must and will remain intact, irrespective of physical changes of our land caused by climate change related to sea level rise. The international community must stand with us in defending this principle, which is rooted in the international law, and it is essential for maintaining global stability and ensuring the rights of our people to self-determination and cultural preservation, among others. We stress that while climate change-related sea level rise poses severe and potential irreversible threats to the lives, livelihood, security, and well-being of our people and communities, it does not pose an existential threat to our statehood and sovereignty under international law. As we gather here today, it urges all member states to support the provisions of Decision 78558 and fully endorse the AOC's declaration. We must acknowledge the increasing variability of our climate system driven by greenhouse emission, which has projected to bring more extreme weather events and exacerbate the sea level rise in the Pacific. Our response must be both immediate and comprehensive, involving adaptations, strategies, financial support, and strengthened international cooperation for states and many other states. This is not just a discussion and adaptation and reliance. It is a fight for the survival of our people. We call on all nations to act with the urgency and solidarity that this moment demands. Thank you, Madam.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu. I now give the floor to His Excellency Honorable Huakavameliku, Prime Minister of Tonga and Chair of the Pacific Islands Forum.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum. We stand on the precipice of the climate catastrophe. The Pacific Islands Forum bearing the brunt of its devastating consequences. We place great value on our ocean and land, the very foundation of our lives. Our livelihoods and our cultural heritage are being eroded by the tides. Indeed, it is the single greatest threat to our livelihood, security, and well-being. For many decades, the Pacific and small island developing states have been raising a call on this issue of climate change-related sea level rise. Back in 1989, Pacific Island Forum leaders emphasized climate change and rising sea levels, effects on the island countries, and the time for incremental progress is over, and we need bold, immediate action now. Today, 35 years on, the State of the Climate in the Southwest Pacific 2023 report, launched in Tonga, revealed 2023 as the warmest year on record, and the sea level rise in the Southwest Pacific is well above the global average. Sea level has risen in some parts of the Pacific by approximately 10 to 15 centimeters, which is more than double the global measured in the past 30 years. Without global action, sea levels in the Pacific may double by mid-century. This is strongly correlated to the increased frequency and severity of storm surges and coastal flooding. The convening of the high-level plenary meeting of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly on this very issue is of essence to us. As the Blue Pacific region, we have worked diligently in recent past years on the issue of sea level rise. As Pacific Island Forum leaders, we have issued 2 declarations on this matter to articulate our views on the relationship between sea level rise and international law. The first is titled 2021 Fifth Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the Face of Climate Change-Related Sea Level Rise. And it expressed our stand on applying UNCLOS rules to climate change-induced sea level rise. Our maritime zones and their associated rights will remain unchanged, regardless of climate change-related sea level rise. The second declaration I wish to highlight is the 2023 Pacific Island Forum Declarations on the continuity of statehood and the protection of persons in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. The 2023 Declaration acknowledges the presumption that a state will persist and maintain its status under international law. The 2023 Declaration acknowledges that international law does not address the loss of statehood due to climate change induced sea level rise. It also affirms our statehood and sovereignty regardless of climate change-related sea level rise. Forum members recognize climate change as a threat to the Blue Pacific, but not to their statehood status. The Pacific Island Forum members have responsibility to protect our people. We are dedicated to safeguarding those impacted by rising sea levels caused by climate change. We urge UN member states and the international community to support the 2021-2023 Pacific Islands Declaration in line with our duty to cooperate and the principle of equity and fairness. The 2023 Declaration was recognized in the ILC's 75th session report. We commend the work of the IRC on the study of sea level rise in relation to international law and look forward to their final report next year. We recognize ICLO's advisory opinion from May 2024, and PIF members participate in ongoing advisory proceedings in the International Court of Justice on climate change obligations. Sea level rise is a global issue, not just for the Pacific and small island developing states. We urge international cooperation to address sea level rise impacts. Last month, the Pacific Island Leaders Annual Meeting, we called for the inclusion
of sea level rise as a permanent agenda in the UNGA and other UN processes. We acknowledge the Declaration on Sea Level Rise and Statehood adopted by AOCIS this week and look forward to further engagement with all states. To protect our Pacific peoples, we must address climate change and sea level rise.
I thank the Prime Minister of Tonga. I now give the floor to His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic of Greece.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Your Excellencies, colleagues, national delegates. Global sea levels are undoubtedly rising because of anthropogenic global warming. Recent rates are unprecedented, as the previous speakers have highlighted, with a WMO indicating that the global mean sea level reached a record high in 2023, with scientific projections for the future, unfortunately, even more alarming. Sea level rise already threatens coastal economic activities and our coastal communities. Considering that 37% of the world's population lives within 100 kilometers of the coast, we cannot afford to neglect this threat anymore. For instance, let us consider that the coast is where half, I repeat, half of the world's global tourism takes place. Many states will see their territories inundated, putting lives and livelihoods at risk, while displacement will become inevitable unless we take immediate and bold action. The Mediterranean coast, where some of the most historic sites and emblematic monuments of human heritage lie, already faces an increasing challenge. As a first step, we need to commit at the highest political level globally and urgently reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, with climate change being the root cause of the problem. For its part, Greece and our European partners are implementing the highly ambitious Green Deal agenda for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. But it is important that we also develop a strategic approach towards the rise of sea levels, identifying climate coastal hotspots and assessing the effectiveness of different solutions, benefiting from shared experience and knowledge between countries. To this end, I see three main priorities. We must build an adequate infrastructure base for adaptation to the challenge, a resilience plan, a flexible combination of natural and green solutions, and protect and restore the coastal natural capital. At the national and local levels, engaging all coastal community stakeholders in adopting a holistic, integrated approach to effective policy planning and implementation on the ground is absolutely imperative. Second, an adaptation plan might require disproportional costs and be technically challenging. Partnerships between the public and the private sector can accelerate to effectively respond to the global impacts of sea level rise, increasing financial sources
Excellency,
from differentiated sources.
I'm sorry.
I will wrap up in 30 seconds. Let me
Thank you.
point out that Greece last April organized the One Ocean Conference in Athens with the greatest ever participation of 3,000 participants and more than 11 billion of commitments. We remain totally committed towards making rising sea levels a priority to be addressed at the European level and not only an issue that affects the small island states. Thank you very much.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic of Greece. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mihai Popșoi, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Moldova.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, today we gather in the face of a global emergency that transcends borders and nations, a challenge that affects all of us, climate change and the devastating consequences of rising sea levels. In the face of these existential threats, solidarity and concerted action are more crucial than ever. Rising sea levels are a direct result of climate change, with effects felt globally. Coastal states are witnessing erosion, biodiversity loss, and the displacement of communities, leading to serious economic and social implications for millions of people. Though cross-border cooperation and international commitments, we must strive to find sustainable solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, protect the environment, and ensure a prosperous future for all. Madam President, climate change has also significantly impacted the Republic of Moldova, particularly affecting socioeconomic sectors, public well-being, safety, and health. It has led to the increase of and frequency of severe disasters such as droughts, fires, floods, uneven distribution of rainfall throughout the year, as well as degradation of water resources. In the Republic of Moldova, we focus on the implementation of green and blue economy, and we follow the direction of European Green Deal and support EU climate neutrality goals directed towards sustainable policy solutions and development. In addition, through the National Program of Extension of Forests and Afforestation, 2023-2030, we have strong ambitions and commitments to significantly expand forest coverage by 15%. And by implementing the National Program for Adaptation to Climate Change, Low Emission Development Program, National Program for Waste Management, we support efforts to address the root causes of deforestation through enhancing responsibility, targeted cooperation towards resilience, effectiveness, and decarbonization. Hence, all these programs try to achieve an unconditional reduction of GHGs and to balance and mitigate disasters and to protect the environment for future generations. Distinguished delegates, although the Republic of Moldova does not have a coastline, personal regret of mine, the effects of Black Sea level rises are felt in the Republic of Moldova. We are already experiencing severe droughts and frequent floods, and which threaten the strategic water resources in the two major rivers, Prut and Dniester. These rivers are a vital source for agriculture, for drinking water to our population. Any changes in their flow could cause agricultural degradation. Addressing these global threats requires coordination and international action. The Republic of Moldova is committed to coordinating with international partners, sharing knowledge and technologies and resources needed to combat the effects of climate change. We must join forces to find sustainable solutions and ensure a secure and prosperous future for all nations. Let us embrace these opportunities together in this interconnected world. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Moldova. I now give the floor to His Excellency Panapasi Ilshon, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Development of Tuvalu.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver the statement on behalf of the Coalition for Addressing Sea Level Rise and its Existential Threats, co-chaired by Tuvalu and Germany, along with Antigua and Barbuda, Bangladesh, Costa Rica, Denmark, Malta, Morocco, New Zealand, Palau, the Republic of Korea, and Romania. CSET remains committed to addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise. Today's meeting is a testament of what robust multilateralism and action of this assembly can accomplish. Yet it can only be a beginning. This meeting must be a catalyst to build a catalyst for bold, immediate, and transformative action. As we look toward an ambitious declaration by the General Assembly in 2026, We reaffirm that no effort should be spared to safeguard the inalienability of the sovereignty and statehood of affected member states. Their UN membership is enduring and will continue, notwithstanding sea level rise. We must also leverage collective action to safeguard the rich cultures and the traditions of small island developing states and low-lying communities threatened by sea level rise. Lastly, we emphasize the importance of knowledge, data, and science, enabling informed disaster risk management and climate adaptation. Efforts to give affected communities access to effective early warnings, ensure well-informed choices, and enable positive and prosperous adaptation journeys that build resilience, safeguard livelihoods, and protect communities. We invite member states to join CSET in advancing these critical objectives. Madam President, I now speak on behalf of my country, Tuvalu. For us, this is not just an agenda item. This is a matter of survival. My country sits no more than 2 meters above sea level. Every year, we witness our shores shrinking and our future becoming more precarious. The IPCC's report warns that without immediate action, nations like Tuvalu could become uninhabitable within this century. Earlier this year, Tuvalu experienced some of the worst coastal flooding in its history. We are living the consequences of rising seas. In response, Tuvalu with the Marshall Islands launched the Rising Nations Initiative to ensure that international legal frameworks protect the sovereignty and culture of vulnerable nations. We are also preparing for future through our long-term adaptation plan, which aims to reclaim and elevate our land, ensuring that future generations of Tuvaluans can continue to live on their ancestral islands. But this is not enough. The window for bold, transformative action is closing. We must tackle the root cause of this crisis: greenhouse gas emissions driven by fossil fuels. Tuvalu, alongside 12 other nations, calls for the adoption of Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. We need international cooperation to phase out fossil fuels equitably and swiftly, for every day of inaction brings us closer to a reality where entire nations may disappear. I stand here, Madam President, today not just as Deputy Prime Minister of Tuvalu, but as the voice of the people whose very existence is threatened. Let us ensure that today's meeting results in a clear and actionable declaration that safeguards the rights and features of those most vulnerable to rising seas. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Development of Tuvalu. I now give the floor to His Excellency Wopke Hoekstra, Commissioner for Climate Change of the European Union.
Thank you, ma'am. And ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And I'm honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Last year shattered climate records with temperatures as high as 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. And unfortunately, it looks as if 2024 will be doing the exact same thing. And with this ever hotter climate and its ever more extreme impacts, we are truly moving into unknown territory. And it is against this backdrop that today's high-level meeting and the 2 years process it launches are both timely and of extreme importance. Let me turn briefly to two of the truly crucial elements of which our common efforts to address the effects of climate change and sea level rise in particular, in my view, should focus: mitigation and building climate resilience through adaptation. So first on mitigation. There is no time. There is no time to bury our heads in the sand a moment longer. It is essential that we keep working towards net zero in 2050. And that means we must cut emissions. And we have no alternative than truly do that together. And we have to make it our top priority. For the European Union, it means that we have to and will uphold our commitment to reach climate neutrality in 2050. And this objective is part of our climate law, and we are well on our way to implementing the policies needed to achieve that transition in a way that is both fair and just and enables clean economic growth. And in this realm, it is important to recall the advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Laws of the Sea on a request which was submitted by the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and on International Law. It was found that parties to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea actually do have an obligation of due diligence to take all the necessary measures to prevent, to reduce, and to control marine pollution from anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. And therefore, it is our collective duty to act now to address the effects of climate change. And that brings me to climate resilience, because curbing emissions, unfortunately, will not be enough in the here and the now. We must accept that climate risks are growing, and taking action to adapt and become more resilient to them is necessary in our heating climate. Like all other regions in the world, Europe is facing major climate hazards itself, and they range from extreme weather to heat waves, storms, and extreme precipitation, as witnessed literally today in Central Europe, where we've lost, unfortunately, also a number of lives. And of course, this is part of the longer-term phenomena, also such as sea level rise that we see in our coastal areas. Rising sea levels are exacerbating floods in Europe. And already there are roughly 100,000 European citizens who are exposed to coastal floodings every single year. And I know myself, coming from a country that lies for the better part below sea level. And I can therefore relate wholeheartedly, and I'm intimately familiar with understanding the ever higher stakes for vulnerable countries and low-lying island states around the world, whose communities are seeing their lands, unfortunately, literally wash away. And I want you to know that the EU is with you in this struggle. We will continue to fight for greater ambition on mitigation and to support as much as we can with adaptation and the measures that we have to take in the domain of loss and damage. And to overcome these challenges, it is of vital importance that we act now and we adapt to inevitable impacts of climate change. To be more specific, coastal protection needs to consider the full spectrum of adaptation solutions. And that means we must work from forecasting and early warning systems to flood-proofing infrastructure and the capacity to retreat from high-risk areas wherever possible. And in most cases, we need a combination.
I thank the Commissioner for Climate Change of the European Union, and I give the floor to His Excellency Denzil Douglas, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Economic Development, International Trade, Investments, and Industry and Commerce of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Madam President, I am honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the Caribbean community, CARICOM. This group of 15 member countries also aligns itself with the statement delivered by the Alliance of Small Island Developing States, AOSIS. Your Excellencies, CARICOM expresses its appreciation to the outgoing President of the General Assembly, Mr. Dennis Francis, for initiating this meeting to garner political momentum in order to address the realities surrounding the existential threats posed by sea level rise. Madam President, the urgency of this situation cannot be overstated. Rising sea levels are not a distant threat, but one that is already upon us. Today's debate, particularly the deep dives during the multi-stakeholder panel, will mark a defining moment in signaling to us in the Caribbean and the wider vulnerable island states community that the United Nations is not just aware, but instead has invested in mitigating the effect of sea level rise brought on by the climate crisis. Immediate action is imperative, since the climate crisis and impacts of sea level rise are not isolated but intricately interwoven. This complex interconnection, resulting from decades of greenhouse gas emissions, threatens the habitability of many SIDS if we exceed 1.5 degrees centigrade. Understanding this interconnectedness is very crucial to effectively addressing the issue at hand. Madam President, rising sea level has amplified the impact of other extreme events. Evidence of this devastating effect has already been felt in the Caribbean region, where elevated sea levels, combined with recent events such as Hurricane Beryl, caused catastrophic floods that were fatal and left thousands of people temporarily homeless. Against this backdrop, we in CARICOM understand that if the climate crisis continues unchecked, the rise in sea levels will threaten the resilience and the long-term development ambitions of many CARICOM states. And while we have displayed resolve and our own resilience over the years, this must not be taken for granted, as the overall impact of climate change has begun to wear us down. Madam President, we do not consider sea level rise as an existential threat to our statehood, our sovereignty, or our own UN membership. No matter the physical changes wrought by the climate crisis, we will remain sovereign states. We will continue to engage on this matter by engaging the International Law Commission. However, the impacts of sea level rise are already being felt and vary. Forced displacement in our regions is becoming a lived experience as thousands living in coastal zones continue to see their well-being, their food security, their fresh water resources, their economic livelihoods, and their infrastructure threatened by rapidly rising seas. These warnings, Madam Chair, have been consistent. Back in 2018, one report by the Inter-American Development Bank, it warned that the Bahamas, St. Lucia, Suriname, and Guyana appear to have the most extensive economic infrastructure exposures to threats from sea level rise and coastal flooding due to large fractions of their populations occupying land below 0.5 meters. These threats, they can no longer be ignored in the Caribbean region. The equation can be rebalanced by employing several measures. Undamaged fund, a financial mechanism to address the impacts of climate change beyond adaptation, and the recently adopted MDI. Climate change. The top priority of the agenda remains.
I think the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Economic Development, International Trade, Investments, and Industry and Commerce of St. Kitts and Nevis. Apologies, Your Excellency. Delegations are reminded that the time limits of 3 minutes for national statements and 5 minutes for statements by groups will be strictly implemented, including by means of automatic microphone cutoff.
Notwithstanding, Madam President, the need to phase down and eventually phase up the use of fossil fuels to limit temperature rise is the ultimate solution and of utmost urgency. We urge the global community to recommit to reducing greenhouse gas emissions as committed in the 2015 Paris Agreement, and as we ourselves have done in the Caribbean region. CARICOM has acted. We have acted. The 15 member countries have acted, while holding little for the current state of play surrounding the climate crisis. And this much was emphasized during the 6th Four Conference that was held recently.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Osman Salam Mohammed, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Eritrea.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. At the outset, allow me to congratulate you on chairing the first time ever high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by sea level rise. The unprecedented nature of challenges that arise amidst climate crisis have become increasingly alarming. Sea level rise is foremost among those consequential challenges, and adequate responses deserve priority given the existential threat it poses on low-lying nations worldwide. In particular, small island developing states. These states are by far the most vulnerable to the impacts of sea level rise, as it touches upon their very existence. Coastal states like my own country cannot ignore the impact of sea level rise. Eritrea is disproportionately vulnerable to climate change, and it is unequivocal that the marine and terrestrial ecosystem as well as the coastal biodiversity will be negatively affected over a longer period of time. We, approximately 5% of the national population living in coastal areas, sea level rise will pose a profound threat to coastal communities, particularly in the southern Red Sea region in Eritrea, where the livelihoods of the majority of the coastal communities depend on artisanal fishing and fishery products. Fishing is an inherited economic tradition that closely attaches these communities to the sea. The rising of the Red Sea level will disrupt these traditional livelihoods and could lead to economic hardship. Additionally, we recognize the threat that sea level rise could pose on our tourism aspirations. Eritrea's pristine coastal marine habitat, the safe and secure environment, as well as our rich cultural heritage and hospitable population along the coastline are a strong basis for Eritrea in developing a sustainable tourism sector. In the context of sea level rise, we emphasize the need for stable maritime zone.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Eritrea for your kind cooperation. I now give the floor to His Excellency Du Kang, Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegate, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone here for your commitment to addressing the threat posed by sea level rise. Global sea level rise is impacting the lives and livelihood of coastal communities and low-lying island nations worldwide, which urgently calls for our unity, solidarity, and action. In this context, I would like to highlight the Republic of Korea's effort to address these critical issues. Korea has contributed $300 million to the Green Climate Fund by 2023 and will provide an additional $300 million by 2027 to help developing countries reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change. Moreover, we have committed $7 million to the Loss and Damage Fund. Korea, as a global shipping country, is also transitioning to eco-friendly vessels powered by methanol and ammonia, contributing to the decarbonization of global shipping. Additionally, Korea is providing technical assistance and capacity building support to developing countries, including satellite-based coastal monitoring systems to strengthen their resilience and adaptation measures. So Korea's Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries has invested about $20 million in official development assistance as ODA program to enhance the climate resilience of vulnerable countries. Excellencies, distinguished delegate, addressing sea level rise demands a collective and coordinated international response. We must unite and build greater momentum to confront this urgent global change. In this spirit, the Republic of Korea is honored to propose co-hosting the fourth UN Ocean Conference with Republic of Chile in 2028. Korea is committed to raising awareness of the rising sea levels and supporting community on the front line of this crisis. So I kindly ask for your support for Korea and Chile's co-hosting. I look forward to deeper international collaboration and sustainable solution to protect our ocean and coast with this significant.
I thank the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Ali Nafti, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Migration, and Tunisian abroad of Tunisia.
In the name of God. Madam President, Tunisia is tracking with concern the rapid developments facing our planet due to climate change. This includes the phenomenon of sea level rise. This phenomenon poses an existential threat to all coastal states, especially developing states such as Tunisia. We are threatened. Our economies, our security, and our nutrition are under threat, as are the majority of our basic economic activities, which are based on the coastal regions. It is believed that an increase of 0.5 meters would threaten not only the coastal areas with erosion, but we're talking also about 250 kilometers of our territory, coastal territories. This sea level rise would have a major impact on various areas, especially on the strategic sector of tourism. We're working at the regional and international levels in the area of maritime research in order to track this phenomenon and its dangerous impact. Commitments must be respected here. In the context of capacity building and coastal planning to rehabilitate coastal infrastructure and to rehabilitate the capacity of coastal regions and the resilience, measures must be taken. Madam President, sea level rise affects 1 billion people in the world, people who live in coastal regions. There is no doubt that the impact of this phenomenon in the short and medium term will affect the entire world and will have an impact on development. In addition to impacting poverty and increasing the level of illegal migration, in addition to other economic, social, and even security repercussions. Madam President, we hope that our meeting will live up to the importance of this question, a question which must be the priority of our meeting and our international forum. We are looking forward to the high-level conference that we will organize during the 80th session of the United Nations in order to face this existential threat. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Migration, and Tunisian Abroad of Tunisia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Tewa Abdullahi, Minister of the Environment and Climate Change of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The impacts of climate change are becoming increasingly clear, with rising global temperatures accelerating the melting of ice sheets and glaciers, driving sea levels higher. Since 1993, global sea levels have risen approximately 10 centimeters, an unprecedented rate in the past 2,500 years. Projections indicate a further rise of 25 to 30 centimeters by 2050. The World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report 2024 identifies sea level rise from ice sheets collapse as a critical threat over the next decade. By 2100, as many as 410 million people could face severe coastal flooding, with sea levels potentially rising by 1 to 2 meters. Nations such as Bangladesh, China, India, and the Netherlands are particularly at risk. Nearly 900 million people live in low-lying coastal regions, facing the possibility of their homes and communities becoming uninhabitable within the next few decades. This growing crisis also threatens to exacerbate displacement and resource conflicts, undermining both domestic and regional stability. In West Africa, rising sea levels are already causing severe erosion, flooding, and saltwater intrusion, threatening livelihoods and communities. The consequences of sea level rise are clear. It poses a grave challenge to state integrity, community security, and millions of livelihoods. My delegation strongly supports the call for increased and more accessible international financing for climate adaptation and resilience, especially for Pacific Island states, and for the establishment of legal protections for those displaced by climate change. We urge the international community to heighten awareness of the existential threat rising sea levels pose to small island developing states. Coastal erosion and infrastructure damage are already undermining livelihoods and threatening international peace and security. While adaptation efforts are essential, they are inadequate. The global finance gap for adaptation is estimated between $192 billion and $366 billion annually, while damages from sea level rise this century could reach $5.5 trillion. However, the global community has shown resilience through cooperation and innovation. Countries like New Zealand are preventing public housing in climate risk areas.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Sierra Leone. I now give the floor to His Excellency Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States.
Thank you very much. To Minister Andre, to Minister Peters, we're grateful to your partnership and your leadership. We're here for a straightforward reason. Climate change is melting glaciers. It's causing sea levels to rise. It's fueling extreme weather, like storms, which have become even more devastating when combined with higher seas. Already, in so many of our countries, these patterns are upending lives and livelihoods. Based on current trends, by 2050, sea level rise could displace tens of millions of people. We can still prevent this, but the time to act is running out. That's why President Biden worked with our Congress to make the single largest investment in clean energy ever, putting the United States on track to cut our emissions in half by the end of this decade. President Biden's also pledged to provide $11 billion a year in climate financing to support our partners as they work toward their own climate goals, a pledge that we expect to meet this year. The United States is helping vulnerable nations manage the challenges that they're confronting right now. Today, NASA released snapshots of every Pacific Island country with information and analysis to help them predict and prepare for the consequences of rising seas. Through the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience, the United States is helping more than 500 million people in developing countries adjust to the ways that climate change has already reshaped our communities and our coastlines. This includes deploying early warning systems in 80 countries so people can better prepare for storms and other disasters and get to safety. The United States is also updating our policies to reflect our changing planet. Our position is that sea level rise should not diminish a country's maritime zones, including the fishing grounds and resources under a nation's jurisdiction. And no country should lose its statehood or membership in the United Nations or other international organizations because of sea level rise. Tackling the climate crisis, slowing sea level rise, I know these can feel like daunting, maybe even insurmountable tasks. But when it comes to global warming, every 1/10 of a degree matters. That means that every step that we take matters too, for protecting our planet and our shared future. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary of State of the United States. I now give the floor to His Excellency Shaya Mohsin Sindani, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of Yemen.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة نجتمع.
Excellencies, we're meeting today at a determinative time in history. Our collective actions or collective inaction will shape the destiny of millions. Our countries today face a cross-border threat, one which requires urgent international attention. Sea level rise and climate change are not only a long-term concern, they are a present danger. The coastal areas of Yemen have directly seen the devastating impact of sea level rise. This is true in beaches and due to the salting of fresh water. We've also seen the erosion of infrastructure and the displacement of certain coastal populations which are bearing the brunt of climate change. Studies have shown that sea level rise could reach 1 meter by the end of this century. This would cause us to lose a large amount of coastal land, which would spark a humanitarian crisis. This would have an impact on commerce and on the economy. Fishing is an essential means of subsistence. It is also under a threat. Coastal communities are suffering from successive waves of flooding and hurricanes. The last hit the levels of Hodeida and Haifa and caused millions of citizens to suffer. We need to cut greenhouse gas emissions. There's a need to uphold our commitments under the various conventions in accordance with the Paris Agreement. Industrialized countries must shoulder their historic responsibility for emissions. They must make good their commitments to developing states as regards climate work. Countries such as Yemen are the least responsible for climate change, yet they bear the heaviest burden and the most repercussions from this phenomenon. We thus need strong international support that includes financial assistance, technology transfers, capacity building, and we need more adaptation and resilience. In closing, we urge the international community to take immediate, tangible action to remediate the causes and the impact of sea level rise. We need bold, immediate action to address climate change by substantially decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. We need to find renewable energy sources, and we need to support the most vulnerable states, including Yemen. We need to help them with adaptation measures and promotion measures and measures to achieve flexibility. Thank you.
Minister for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of Yemen. I now give the floor to His Excellency Robert Abella, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta.
Secretary General, President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear friends. I would first like to begin by thanking the Presidency of the General Assembly for convening this high-level meeting. Our gathering today is shining a very necessary spotlight on an issue of immense urgency, an issue with the most profound ramifications for so many members of this United Nations. The facts are stark and scary. In 2023, global sea levels reached a record high. The rate at which sea levels have risen over the past decade is double that of the first for which we have official satellite records. This is not an argument, it's not a debate, it's a reality. And a reality that coastal nations, islands most acutely, are already starting to feel. What is more and perhaps not understood or emphasized enough is that rising sea levels are irreversible. Even after net zero emissions are reached, sea levels will continue to rise for decades to come, for centuries to come. So it is a matter of limiting, not preventing rising sea levels. Only by changing course and actually sticking to the Paris Agreement can we hope to limit this rise. Failure to do so would prove to be an existential threat, first to many states, and later to life as we know it. So, whilst concern about the rise in temperatures capture headlines, we must never forget that rising sea levels pose just as great, arguably an even greater threat to our people and our planet. Therefore, I welcome the increasing focus within the United Nations on rising sea levels. I am pleased that Malta has and is playing its full part in developing this momentum. During our presidency of the Security Council, we convened the open debate on the implications of sea level rise for international peace and security in February of 2023. We have continued to press the issue throughout our time on the Security Council, and we are a champion country in the CSAT. For Malta, this isn't some abstract concern. It is an all too real and present danger. As a small island state, long a maritime nation set at the heart of the Mediterranean, we are on the front line of rising sea levels. Half of the 20 global cities most exposed to the impact of rising sea levels by 2050 are in the Mediterranean. to states irrespective of their size or level of economic development. But as a consequence of their geography, small island states are amongst those who are the most exposed. And as a consequence of the relative lack of resources, states are the most exposed of all. Which is why we have a duty to support those countries whose from the sea. And we, each and every member state, has a duty to, as the United Nations, to put in place new ways of working together
Excellency.
to take into account the reality, of the reality and the impact of rising sea levels. So, to conclude, perhaps the most fundamental of the areas we need to adapt is international law. Therefore, we are especially grateful for the work the ILC is undertaking in the key areas of the law of the sea, statehood, and protection of persons affected by sea level rise. We look forward to their final report next year. It will be beholden on us all to work together to speedily act on their conclusions. We must ensure that the appropriate international legal framework is in place before the worst impacts of rising sea levels are felt. We must also ensure that our international institutions are equipped with the tools they need to tackle the challenges ahead. Only by getting architecture right can we hope to protect the rules-based international order, which is more vital than ever in the light of such profound challenges. Mr. President, it is to that aim that I welcome the opportunity you have given us today to propel us towards a unified and holistic approach to address the implications of sea level rise. It is absolutely right that we bridge barriers across scientific, legal, political, environmental, and cultural issues. Malta's approach to the challenge of rising sea levels has always been and always will be underpinned by just such a multidisciplinary approach. Here, at the United Nations and beyond, Malta is honored to have assumed the chair in office of the OSCE. We intend to make climate change, and in particular the threat of rising sea levels, a priority during our time as chair in office of the OSCE. We know what we need to do. The pathways agreed by the international community are set out clearly for this. We have no excuse to delay. We cannot procrastinate. We cannot afford to lose more time. As a global community, but also as individual states, there must be no shirking from the collective commitment to a 1.5 degrees long-term warming trajectory. And really, to conclude now, Mr. President, sea levels are rising. The very existence of states and peoples are threatened. We have useful early warning mechanisms like the United Nations Secretary General Early Warning for All initiative, but we must step up and boost our preparedness efforts. I assure you of Malta's strong and sustained support to do just that. Today this has been a valuable discussion, but it must be a step to further action and action-oriented outcomes. But at the General Assembly, Malta will continue to raise its voice alongside so many others to ensure the next steps are taken. Failing to take the action, we need to plan for and mitigate where possible rising sea levels would be.
Excellency.
Of the duty we all have in the futures of our
I must
citizens.
apologize, but to intervene. Thank you very much. I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta, distinguished excellencies. I urge you to kindly help my duty here to to stick to the time limits of 3 minutes for national statements and 5 minutes for statements by groups. It's not easy for me to cut off excellencies, but from now on, I will have to strictly implement that. Thank you. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Isabel Barrow Amadei, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Monaco.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, sea level rise, the inevitable corollary of climate change, merits increased attention as it poses a major risk to humanity. While small island states face a threat to their very existence, the effects of sea level rise will be considerable in all regions of the world. In their work, the International Law Commission, the United Nations Security Council, and international courts have underscored that sea level rise will affect the stability of borders and international peace and security. This process will be faster in the Pacific, yet it will also affect the Mediterranean. Monaco, with a maritime space that is 36 times larger than its land territory, is particularly aware of sea level rise and of coastal erosion. This is why the Principality, under the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Albert II, has made the combating of climate change a priority. Mr. President, the scale and the gravity of this threat require that urgent ambitious action be taken. This means that we need to take action for mitigation by holding on to the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5% Celsius. Monaco has advocated for this in the context of the high-level group ambition on melting ice in order to sound the alarm about the dire consequences of the loss of the cryosphere. First and foremost, sea level rise. This effort requires responding to the challenge of adapting our societies. The Principality has provided historic assistance to the project Sea Ties of the Ocean and Climate Platform, which facilitates solutions for adaptation for coastal cities. We provided financial support as well to the Cruise Initiative to deploy early warning systems in the most vulnerable countries, including to address extreme weather events linked to sea level rise. Finally, it seems essential for this phenomenon to be covered by international law. Efforts in this regard need to build on the initiatives undertaken in the context of the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which remains our legal framework of priority. The threat of sea level rise moves beyond borders and requires a coordinated international approach. Monaco is pleased to see the convening of this important meeting, which has elevated this matter to the level of a global priority. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Monaco. I now give the floor to His Excellency Balarabe Abbas Lara, Minister of Environment of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, President of the General Assembly, Head of States and Government that are here, distinguished delegates. Rising sea level are among the most devastating consequences of climate change. The phenomenon directly threatens millions of lives, economics, and ecosystems in every part of the world. Coastal erosions, flooding, and salt intrusions are increasingly common, leading to the displacement of people, destruction of infrastructure, and the loss of arable land. It is therefore with profound sense of urgency and concern that I address this assembly on the essential threat posed by rising sea levels. As we gather here, we are reminded of our collective responsibility to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time. This challenge is not just a distant concern for small island nations or coastal communities. It is a global crisis that demands immediate, concerted, and comprehensive effort from all member states of the UN. Nigeria has an Atlantic coastline of more than 850 kilometers. Cities like Lagos, one of the most populous cities in the world, faces severe risk of flooding and land subsidence. The threat extends beyond our borders, affecting entire West African coast, where millions of people depend on coastal resources for their livelihood. Nigeria is committed to addressing these challenges through comprehensive climate adaptation, mitigation strategies. We have prioritized sustainable land use, water resources management, urban development, and biodiversity conservation. We must acknowledge that those most affected by rising sea levels are often the least responsible for causing climate change. The principle of climate justice compels us to rectify these imbalances by providing substantial support and resources to these vulnerable populations. It is our moral duty to ensure that those bearing the brunt of this crisis receive assistance they need to adopt and thrive in the face of these overwhelming challenges. We are in the front line, but solutions to our problem must be global. In addition to, we must also invest in adaptive infrastructure to address these issues. And in addition to this investment, we also have to go in technology. Advancement like early warning system provide new opportunities to the nations. And it's also important for us to also address the threats that this rising levels has to other communities that are beyond the borders of our country. It transcends national boundaries, demand unified global responses, as well as as we convene here, let us commit to concrete action that will protect our planet and ensure a sustainable future for all of us. Nigeria stands ready to play its part, working with the international community to address this urgent crisis. Together, we can turn the tide against rising sea levels and secure the future for our generation and generations.
I thank the Minister of Environment of Nigeria, and I'll give the floor to His Excellency Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal.
Madam President, representing the nation of Mount Everest and the mighty Himalayas, also known as the Third Pole, I propose to start our deliberations keeping in mind a long connecting chain, the melting of ice and glaciers in the mountains and polar regions that ultimately results into sea level rise. Upon a little reflection, a set of dry but dreadful figures illustrates the ecosystem from mountain to sea. First, 1/3. That is the contribution of glaciers melt to the sea level rise. Again, 1/3. That is the mountain of ice Nepal lost in just over 3 decades. And second, 2/3. That is the estimated loss of the Himalayan glaciers by 2100 under the current level of emissions. Madam President, as global warming threatens the ecosystem between mountains and seas, therefore I wish to highlight a few points urging that the time for action is today, not tomorrow. First, we must adopt an integrated approach of mountain to sea initiative in our climate actions, recognizing the inherent connections between this ecosystem. Second, we must take bold, decisive actions to limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is not just a number, it is the threshold for survival. Third, we call for a collective global effort to tackle rising sea levels, to build resilience in our nations and to adapt to the challenges. Fourth, wealthy nations must lead from the front to support vulnerable countries. In this spirit, I call upon the UN General Assembly to convene a high-level meeting next year dedicated to addressing the existential threats posed by climate change to both mountain nations and island states. Madam President, we must stop reckless burning of fossil fuel to save our people and planet. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Nepal, and I'll give the floor to Her Excellency Penny Wong, Senator and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia.
Thank you very much. Friends, the United Nations Charter speaks to maintaining peace and security, but there can be no security with the sea closing in. Sea level rise is impacting the blue Pacific continent, threatening livelihoods, security and well-being. Being of the region, I'm so fortunate to benefit from the knowledge and experience of Pacific leaders. Pacific nations are experiencing some of the worst effects of climate change but have contributed the least to it. Pacific nations have demonstrated sustained, clear and innovative leadership as well as tremendous resilience. In 2021, Pacific Islands Forum leaders issued the Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. And in 2023, the Pacific Islands Forum issued the Declaration on the Continuity of Statehood and the Protection of Persons in the Face of Climate Change-related Sea Level Rise. These declarations established new international norms to tackle the complex and novel legal issues sea level rise presents. For our part, Australia is listening and we are acting. We have elevated our partnership with Tuvalu. The Australia-Tuvalu-Fallapili Union Treaty entered into force on the 28th of August. It is the first time two nations have recognised in a legally binding treaty continuing statehood and sovereignty, notwithstanding the impacts of sea level rise. This agreement also supports Tuvaluans to live and thrive at home through land reclamation and investments in infrastructure, education and health. And at the same time, the people of Tuvalu have the choice to live, study and work in Australia. Mobility with dignity. This means ensuring people have a genuine choice to stay. We are also acting at home, enshrining our ambitious emissions reduction targets into legislation. 43% by 2030 and net zero by 2050, and within this decade, in excess of 80% of our electricity generation will be renewable. This is a huge transformation, but we are getting on with the job. We are building new industries to accelerate our economic transformation and to export reliable, renewable energy to the world. But friends, I make this point. If humanity is to meet the Paris Agreement goals, we need all of the world's largest economies to rapidly reduce their emissions. Australia is bidding to host COP31 in partnership with the Pacific. We want all states to support the Pacific's leadership on climate, and we look forward to the development of a strong political declaration in 2025 to galvanise global action on this critical issue. Thank you.
I thank the Senator and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Retno Marsudi, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia.
Colleagues, we are confronted with a stark reality and an urgent collective duty to save millions of people who could be affected by sea level rise. Like waves, the impact of sea level rise travels far, exacerbating displacement, affected even landlocked communities while deepening food and economic insecurity. Altogether, this is a global crisis in the making, and we need to act now. Allow me to highlight 3 points. First, we need a bolder climate action in addressing global warming. Therefore, 1.5-degree target is non-negotiable. To achieve it, we need equitable burden sharing, not burden shifting. Second, strengthening international cooperation, including on capacity building, technical assistance, and international cooperative measures. We must also advance collective leadership to rally resources, making financing, technology, and capacity scale up and accessible to all. In October 2023, Indonesia hosted the first high-level meeting of the Archipelagic and Island States Forum and used the forum as an avenue for greater collaboration, including to explore innovative financing mechanisms for archipelagic and island states. Third, strengthening political will. This is key to addressing untenable impacts caused by the sea level rise, which ranges from irrevocable loss of lands and the disruption of livelihood. Indonesia therefore calls for a dedicated agenda item on sea level rise and a common framework to guide global action and concerted effort to strengthening international legal framework to protect statehood and livelihood, advancing adaptation and resilience strategies, also promoting science and data to drive decision. Colleagues, sea level rise is a global wake-up call. Do not hit the snooze button. Instead, let us act decisively and safeguard the lives of millions and generations to come. I thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, and I give the floor to His Excellency Dion George, Minister of Forest, Fisheries, and the Environment of South Africa.
It is an honor to address you today at this high-level plenary meeting focused on a crisis that poses an existential threat to our world. As we gather during the high-level week of the 79th session of the General Assembly, we come together to not only discuss this critical issue of rising sea levels, but to reaffirm our collective responsibility to act and act swiftly. We are witnessing the global temperature exceeding the 1.5 degree threshold for the first time. The rapid cuts in emissions we as the developing nations have called for to avoid the 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming have not occurred. At the current rates of emissions, we will burn through the carbon budget that will still give us a chance to stay below this limit within 5 years. The implications of sea level rise are dire. We stand a good chance of triggering the irreversible melting of the Greenland ice sheet, and worse, triggering the irreversible melting of the West Antarctic ice sheet. The sea level rise triggered today will commit future generations to literally live in a smaller world, and we will be known as the generation that stole living space from future generations. This is already impacting us today and will increasingly do so during the 21st century. Until the low migration futures, sea level rise will be in the order of 1 meter this century. This will displace hundreds of millions of people from where they live in the world's coastal areas today, most of these people being from the developing nations. My own continent, Africa, will be dramatically affected. By 2030, 108 to 116 million people in Africa will be exposed to sea level rise, increasing to 190 to 245 million by 2060. Even closer to home, Southern Africa is a region where millions of people live in informal settlements located in areas exposed to sea level rise and accompanying floods and storm surges. This brings immense vulnerability. I recall the human tragedy of March 2019 in Southern Africa, when more than 1,500 people died in the landfall of intense tropical cyclone Idai, most of them in Mozambique. This was the first time that a tropical cyclone killed more than 1,000 people in Africa in recorded history. What must we do? The starting point is to substantially improve the adequacy of human settlements, including urban infrastructure and social support systems, and other adaptation measures, and the multilateral cooperation necessary to implement these. We need effective early warning systems, including the great UN Early Warnings for All initiative. And we need the new Loss and Damage Fund to get to work. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment of South Africa. And I'll give the floor to His Excellency Ed Miliband, Secretary of State for Energy, Security, and Net Zero for the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. And can I say what a privilege it is to address this incredibly important session here at the United Nations. I want to start by saying that in the new United Kingdom government, you have a partner that wants to show global leadership on these critical issues around the climate crisis. And we want to show that global leadership in 3 ways. First of all, we come to this session to show solidarity with all of those states around the world that are threatened by sea level rise. We know the combined threats of sea level rise, climate change, and increasing extreme weather events will disproportionately impact small island developing states and indeed other coastal states. You are on the front line of the crisis and are leading the way to protect our oceans, and we must listen and learn from your experiences together to address the challenges you face. Secondly, we have a government in the UK that is willing to tell the truth about where we are, as we all must do. We are way off track from where we need to be to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees, and this is something we must confront in the months and years ahead. And thirdly, a government in the UK that is determined to lead by example and then use that to show international leadership too. It might interest this session to know that we won a general election on the basis of bold climate action, a pledge not to issue new oil and gas licenses, a pledge to decarbonize our power system by 2030, a pledge to ensure that we had a nationally determined contribution consistent with 1.5 degrees. My pledge to you on the global stage is that we will act with the boldness that the situation demands. We will publish our NDC well ahead of COP30 in Brazil, and it will be bold and it will be consistent with 1.5 degrees. We will be participants that argue for a strong and scaled up finance goal as part of the NCQG, reform of the multilateral development banks, and indeed operationalizing the fund for loss and damage that was agreed last year at COP28. The world has been waiting for too long. Now is not simply the time for bold words, it is the time for bold action. And in the new United Kingdom government, you have a government committed to take that action in partnership with states around the world, particularly those states threatened by sea level rise. Thank you very much.
I thank the Secretary of State for Energy, Security and Net Zero for the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sheikh Asahoye Kana, Minister of the Environment, Sustainable Development and Ecological Transition of Côte d'Ivoire.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it is with honor that I take the floor this morning on the occasion of this forum on a phenomenon which threatens the very existence of our countries. Côte d'Ivoire, our country with over 500 kilometers of coastline, has seen sea level rise for several years. This coast harbors 30% of the population and has 80% of the economic activity of our country. It is all of this on the coastlines which are affected by this phenomenon, with consequences in terms of population displacement and others. According to recent forecasts, the sea could increase by 30 centimeters and achieve higher levels before the end of the century. In terms of economic and social levels, our infrastructure will be affected, and the consequences will be such that they will accelerate other phenomena. So for these reasons, the government has taken vigorous measures to protect the coast from all forms of degradation and to ensure the resilience of the population. And to this end, our country adheres to all international conventions in order to show its goodwill in protecting its coastal resources. In institutional terms, we have a specific office to this effect. We recognize the measures that need to be taken progressively for adaptation, among others, the building of infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know what the diagnosis is. The effects are known. We believe that the time has come for all of us to commit ourselves to synergy and action to save our coasts, to maintain in the environmental balance of our system, our marine and coastal ecosystems, and especially to consolidate our economies. Above all, we must move toward action to mobilize the maximum amount of resources to support the necessary infrastructures necessary to adaptation to this phenomenon which threatens the very existence of our countries. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister of the Environment, Sustainable Development and Ecological Transition of Cote d'Ivoire. And I give the floor to His Excellency Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore.
Thank you, Madam President, Excellencies. A very good afternoon to everyone. Singapore aligns ourselves with the statement delivered by the Honorable Feame Naomi Mataafa, the Prime Minister of Samoa, that was delivered on behalf of AOSIS. Singapore is a tiny city-state, a low-lying island. 30% of our island is less than 5 meters above sea level. And some of our fellow small island developing states are even more at risk than us. Sea level rise is therefore a global challenge, a clear and present danger. Cooperation and coordination at the global level is needed, as well as adherence to international law, and all this is essential for an effective response. Singapore fully supports the AOSIS Declaration on Sea Level Rise and Statehood, which is a concrete step in the right direction. Notwithstanding the physical changes arising from climate change-related sea level rise, the continued application without reduction of our maritime zones generated in accordance with UNCLOS, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, as well as the rights and entitlements that flow from them, is of critical importance to all small island developing states. Singapore has also been taking action to address the threats posed to us by sea level rise. Let me just share two approaches. First, coastal adaptation measures. Singapore has constructed seawalls and stone embankments covering 70 to 80% of our coastline in order to mitigate coastal erosion. We have launched the Coastal Protection and Flood Resilience Institute at the National University of Singapore to encourage further innovative solutions for coastal protection. Second, we're trying to enlist nature to address sea level rise. One example of this is the planting of mangroves and seagrasses that we believe act as natural barriers. Mangroves can reduce wave heights by up to 66%. This strengthens Singapore's coastal resilience and also restores ecosystems. We are happy to share our experiences with other states, and under Singapore's cooperation program, we have the Sustainability Action Package that includes themes such as climate adaptation and resilience building, and we believe that the effective sharing of these ideas and expertise has a multiplier effect, and we look forward to working alongside all of you. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore. And I'll give the floor to His Excellency Juan Jose and Dong Tom, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, Forests, Fisheries and Environment of Equatorial Guinea.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta. Thank you, Madam Chair. With your permission, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I take the floor on behalf and in representation of the government of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, presided by Okangye Bambajango, President of the Republic, on the threats to the planet based on sea level rise due to climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, sea level rise is a direct phenomenon and a result of climate change, which has broad repercussions not only for the physical environment, but also in economic, social, and cultural terms in the vulnerable nations of the world. And in order to resolve this, we must stop climate warming, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In mitigation, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, our country, 80% of it is forests, and it absorbs more carbon than in other places. Excellencies, our country has an extensive coast, 10 times more than our landmass, and this includes islands and the Atlantic coast. This is a highly vulnerable country, vulnerable to environmental changes. Our government has promoted policies of mitigation and adaptation and application of international conventions, including the Paris Agreement, and it has applied several legal instruments in our national context. We also believe in coastal adaptation. We have built dikes and have taken protective measures. The Equatorial Guinea continues to suffer from storm surges given sea level rise. And in April and August this very year, we had an important sea level rise with strong waves, and this has had an impact on coastal cities. As a result, our coastal cities and roads have been flooded. Equatorial Guinea wishes to strengthen frameworks of cooperation to research sea level rise, to invest in adaptation for coastal resilience, and to establish an early warning system to financially support it to protect the more vulnerable countries. We applaud the United Nations for having created a group of experts to work on sea level rise, and we hope that this will become a reality for the future. We also welcome international conferences on the subject.
I thank the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, Forest, Fisheries and Environment of Equatorial Guinea. I now have the floor to His Excellency Olivier Poivre d'Arvor, Special Envoy of the President of France.
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement.
Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ministers, ambassadors, distinguished colleagues, this meeting is very timely, but it could have taken place a long time ago because we've known about this for a long time. These scientists alerted us about the effect of climate change and the increase in the temperature of oceans and the melting of the ice in the Arctic. Sea level rise, according to the most serious scientists, will affect around 800 million to 1 billion inhabitants by the end of the century. This will displace people. The populations are increasing, so this will have a greater impact because 75% of humanity will be living some 75 kilometers from the coasts, so many people will be in this area and they will be under threat due to climate change. Of course, small island developing states today are experiencing the first impacts of this existential threat. We recalled that at the Antigua conference last May of the United Nations with the Pacific Island states when the Secretary General sounded a call about the impact of sea level rise. Only a rapid reduction in greenhouse gas emissions will cope with this problem in the long term. France has been financing adaptation. As one example, we have committed to small island states. And we also have the Paris Pact for the People on the Planet. That is another roadmap for developing states, taking into account their vulnerability and the mechanisms for allocating resources and on analyses. France supports the implementation of the Antigua and Barbuda agenda. The President of the Republic, Macron, together with his counterparts in Costa Rica, will be organizing a conference in Nice on the oceans, the UN Conference on the Ocean. there will be a strong focus on sea level rise here. It will be manifested on the meeting of the 27th of September, and there'll also be a special summit with the mayor of Nice, and all of our cities, all of our coastal regions are affected by climate change and by sea level rise. Through these large cities and through small cities and through entire regions that are going to be submerged or are going to be affected in one way or another. So there will be some 800 million people affected. Our agenda is very concrete, and it will be aiming at scientific cooperation, on local cooperation, and on financing. So we'll be meeting in Nice to include, the microphone has been cut off.
I thank the Special Envoy of the President of France. I now give the floor to His Excellency Armando Pino Henriquez, Minister for Environment of the Dominican Republic.
Madam, at this meeting we are addressing a critical matter, sea level rise and its profound impact on vulnerable nations such as the Dominican Republic. We reaffirm our commitment to international cooperation guided by international law to protect our planet and ensure a viable future for all. According to the World Meteorological Organization, 2023 shows record levels in sea level rise, and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change confirms that sea levels are increasing in an unprecedented manner due to anthropogenic global warming. The Dominican Republic recognizes the scientific consensus on climate change and its impacts, which are now a harsh reality, especially for small island developing states. Sea level rise threatens food security since it affects agricultural lands and it jeopardizes territorial integrity. The Caribbean largely depends on tourism and coastal resources. It is facing significant threats due to sea level rise, including coastal flooding, salt intrusion, and storm surges. On the 29th of March, 2023, the General Assembly adopted Resolution 77276, requesting the International Court of Justice to issue an advisory opinion on the climate obligations of states. We applaud Vanuatu and the Alliance of Small Island States for this initiative. We urge the court to apply international law in a comprehensive manner as established by the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. As a party which is committed to the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Dominican Republic supports the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice and has implemented national policies to address climate change. We reiterate the urgent appeal of Secretary General Guterres, who stated that sea levels are increasing and thus risks for mankind. We must act decisively to comply with our climate obligations and support small island states. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Environment of the Dominican Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Abubakar Ben, Minister of Environment and Tourism of the Comoros.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Excellence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, the organization of this event by the United Nations reflects an increasing awareness of the obvious dangers of sea level rise. All countries are concerned, but island states live a daily reality because some simply may disappear. Therefore, it is not a matter of thinking of the future, it is urgent to act, and especially to act now. Several cases can serve as examples, including my country in June last year and last week. In fact, toward the end of May 2024, my country suffered from floodings and other events as a result of climate change, as a result of a region which was characterized by river floodings, and this situation has endangered lives and food security for thousands of persons, as well as agricultural fields. These are important figures in a population of less than 20 million inhabitants. These climate disasters are made even worse, and they are a threat to the survival of our nation. In Grand Comoros, there are other phenomena which resulted from sea level rise in areas where populations were flooded, and there urgent measures had to be taken. In small centers, our our marine resources have to be protected while exploited responsibly. A declaration of 2023 reaffirms our commitment and calls for greater investments to improve our resilience to climate effects. Sea level rise endangers our sovereignty and our maritime frontiers. Our rights must be preserved, irrespective of the physical effects of climate. The survival of our state and our islands depends on our capacity to act urgently. The time for words has passed. Sea level rise is a reality. We call upon the international community to rapidly mobilize and to do so effectively. The future of our nations depends on decisions we take today. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Tourism of the Comoros. I now give the floor to His Excellency Winston Peters, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of New Zealand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the leadership of Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, in initiating today's high-level meeting. New Zealand was honoured to work with Costa Rica on the preparations for today's meeting. Madam Chair, sea level rise is already impacting vulnerable communities in low-lying nations. It degrades the habitability of land and impacts ways of life. It is a critical issue for small island developing states and low-lying coastal states. As you have heard in many powerful and heartfelt speeches today, Pacific leaders have made very clear that climate change and sea level rise are the defining issues that imperil the livelihoods and well-being of Pacific peoples. Consistent with the sovereign equality of states, the international community must respond to the priorities of small nations just as much as it does with those of the large. And all states should be clear-eyed that sea level rise is a global phenomenon and that it will have implications for all. That is why it is essential that the United Nations General Assembly has an enduring focus on this issue. This high-level meeting and the steps that it initiates is an opportunity to advance the international cooperation we so desperately need to address sea level rise. Multifaceted collective action is vital as we seek to respond to this critical issue, and I want to highlight three essential areas. First, we need our community of nations to unify around the objective of reducing and preventing the impacts of climate change-related sea level rise. This includes continued urgent action under the Paris Agreement. Secondly, we must act with urgency to protect communities. To achieve this, we need location-specific data and science to inform decisions, and we need to plan, finance, and implement a range of effective adaptation measures. This will help build resilience and safeguard the livelihoods, culture, and heritage of those affected. Thirdly, we need to ensure that the most impacted nations are not stripped of their legal status and legal rights and entitlements by sea level rise that they had no role in causing. The leaders of the 18 members of the Pacific Island Forum have made clear their position that our statehood, sovereignty, and maritime zones will continue, notwithstanding sea level rise. The Pacific Islands Forum has called for international cooperation on these matters. New Zealand is committed to working with the diverse coalition to urgently address the impacts of sea level rise and protect communities and nations from it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank the Ambassador for Multilateral and Legal Affairs of New Zealand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdullah Al Amri, Chairman of the Environment Authority of Oman.
Thank you very much. Are we ready? Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
In the name of God, Your Excellencies, dear participants, may the peace of God be upon you. I have the pleasure to address you today on this important topic being discussed on the margin of a historic event, which is the Summit of the Future. The Summit of the Future aims at preserving our planet secure, safe, and sustainable so that future generations can live in dignity and prosperity. Among the most important issues concerning us today is the issue of the sea level rise. This phenomenon will spare no one and will affect everyone, even though it mostly affects the small island developing states and low-lying areas. Sea level rise is the natural result of global warming due to climate change, which leads in turn to the increase of the temperature of oceans. This will also increase the infiltration or intrusion of salt water, threatening human civilization, food security, water security, biodiversity, the infrastructure, the economy, and the survival of human beings. The Sultanate of Oman is sparing no effort in partnership with the international community to live up to its obligations under climate instruments and UN relevant conventions to limit the impact of climate change, including sea level rise. The Sultanate of Oman is implementing its national plan to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, and it is implementing several projects in renewable energy to produce green hydrogen. Oman is also implementing qualitative projects for the sequestration of carbon, whether under the surface of the sea or under the surface of the land, and also in mangroves. Oman is also implementing its national plan to adapt with climate change through a system of protection from floods and to limit the erosion of coastal lines. Dear participants, the Sultanate of Oman will pursue its serious efforts and will support all global efforts aiming at preserving the planet and its sustainability for us and for future generations. We also support all the legitimate demands of island states and low-lying states to preserve their civilizations and peoples, because they are the first and most affected by this major threat, especially their right to access sufficient climate funding. Thank you.
I thank the Chairman of the Environment Authority of Oman. We have heard the last speaker at this meeting. We shall continue hearing statements in the plenary segment this afternoon at 3 p.m. In light of the very long list of speakers for this meeting, no delegations who inscribed will be able to make their statements before we conclude the plenary segment at 5:40 p.m. today. Those delegations are invited to submit their statements to e-statements@un.org for posting on the Journal of the United Nations. The meeting is adjourned.
Your Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Republic of Brazil, Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Subramanian Jaishankar, Minister of External Relations of India, Your Excellencies, Ministers of G20, invited countries, members and permanent observers of the United Nations, heads of invited international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the second G20 Foreign Meeting Ministers of the Brazilian presidency of the group. Brazil is This is a very special occasion for us as the G20 assembles for the first time at the United Nations in a meeting open to all UN members. Without any further ado, let us begin our opening session. I have the honor to ask His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver his remarks. Please, Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, all protocol observed, agradeço ao Presidente Luiz Inácio Lula da
Your Excellencies, with all the protocols observed, I'd like to thank President Lula and the Brazilian government to co-organize this meeting of the different foreign affairs ministers from G20 and all UN member states and financial international organizations.
The United Nations system and the Bretton Woods institutions and other international financial institutions deal with some of the most important challenges of our time: inequality, financing for development, the climate crisis, the impact of new technologies. In all these areas, progress is slipping out of reach as our world becomes more unsustainable, unequal, and unpredictable. Conflicts are raging. The climate crisis is accelerating. Inequalities are growing. And new technologies have unprecedented potential for good and bad. Global institutions must work together, not on parallel or conflicting tracks. They must cooperate and collaborate for the good of humanity, and the Summit of the Future was an essential first step. It has created opportunities and possibilities for reform across the board, but without implementation, it will be meaningless. The work starts today. Excellencies, the Pact for the Future is about action in the here and now, and G20 countries can act in three specific areas. First, finance. We need ambitious reforms of the international financial architecture to make it fully representative of today's global economy, so it can provide strong support to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. I commend the leadership of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund for making important progress, but the resources available are still dwarfed by the size of the needs. Many developing countries are being hit by a double whammy of climate chaos and debt. To support low and middle-income developing countries effectively, multilateral development banks must be bigger, bolder, and better. And we need a far more robust financial safety net to shield countries in a world of frequent shocks. Voting rights and decision-making rules should reflect the changing global landscape. And access to concessional finance should be based on needs and vulnerabilities, not just on income. All parts of the global financial system must work together to reduce the cost of finance and the inequalities that blight our world. This demands action on debt, starting with an effective mechanism to deal with debt relief and restructuring. As a first step, I welcome the commitment by the International Monetary Fund to review the debt architecture as set out in the Pact for the Future. I look to all G20 countries to push for deep reforms so that global financial institutions reflect today's world and respond to today's challenges. And one of those challenges is global hunger. It is shameful that in our world of plenty, around 1 person in 10 regularly goes without food for an entire day or more, known as severe food insecurity. I welcome President Lula and Brazil's focus on global hunger during the G20 presidency and call on all G20 countries and all UN member states to strengthen efforts to end this affront to our common humanity. Excellencies, the second area for action is climate. We are at a critical moment, a battle to prevent temperatures from rising above the agreed limit of 1.5 degrees. Today's decisions and actions will determine the course of our world for decades to come. The climate crisis transcends borders and politics. Climate action cannot be a victim of geopolitical competition. Under G20 leadership, we will be able to have drastic reductions in fossil fuel production and consumption as an essential element for climate action. By 2030, global production and consumption of all fossil fuels must decline by at least 30%, and global renewables capacity must triple. This requires OECD countries to phase out coal by 2030 and to fully decarbonize power generation systems by 2035. And it means non-OECD countries to phase out coal by 2040. I've been strongly advocating for no new coal or upstream oil and gas projects for all G20 nations. New national climate plans due next year are an opportunity for countries to align energy strategies and development priorities with climate ambition, taking into account the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. They must also show how each country intends to transition away from fossil fuels in line with the outcome at COP28. Excellencies, there has never been a greater global challenge than the climate crisis, and there has never been more agreement on the solution, a just transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And renewable technologies have never been better or cheaper. The obstacle to the renewables revolution is not economics or lack of solutions. It is mindsets and lack of vision. Those that lead the renewables revolution are already reaping the rewards. But many developing countries are being left behind. Clean energy investments in emerging and developing economies outside China and India have barely increased since 2015. The energy transition must be based on justice and equity so that all countries benefit. Excellencies, third, we need strong, inclusive, legitimate global institutions and tools to tackle the challenges of today and tomorrow. Fair and representative governance is a first step to unlock broader reforms. The Pact of the Future includes commitments to make multilateral institutions more representative, effective, transparent, and accountable. I urge the strong engagement of G20 countries, including in reforms of our United Nations bodies, making the Security Council truly representative by addressing the underrepresentation of Africa, Asia-Pacific, Latin America, and Caribbean, stressing the role of the General Assembly and the Peacebuilding Commission, and enhancing the Economic and Social Council. The same principle applies to the international financial architecture. It should correspond to today's global economy with much stronger representation of developing countries. For our part, the United Nations is totally committed to strengthening our convening role as an inclusive platform for dialogue and action. And as part of that role, from next year, we intend to host biannual summits to formalize a dialogue between the UN system, and the G20, and international financial institutions. Excellencies, only together will we achieve the reforms in the Pact for the Future and deliver the SDGs and the Paris Agreement to meet the expectation of the people we serve. I urge the G20 to seize every opportunity to raise ambition for global leadership and transformative action for a safer, more peaceful, and sustainable work for all, and I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his remarks, and I now call upon His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, to deliver his speech. Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, the G20 remains a critical platform for addressing global economic challenges, fostering international cooperation, and driving sustainable development. Under Brazil's presidency, we have seen a renewed focus on inclusive growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability, priorities that resonate with both emerging and developed economies. Brazil's leadership has provided stability and vision at this critical time, guiding meaningful dialogue and collective action on the global stage. Excellencies, we convene at a critical moment when the world is uniting around the urgent need to revitalize our multilateral architecture, ensuring it is fit for addressing today's challenging problems. In this spirit, during the recently concluded Summit of the Future, we adopted the Pact for the Future, which outlined a comprehensive path forward for collective action. I call on the G20 to take decisive steps in advancing the outcomes of that summit, particularly in reforming the international financial architecture to make it more equitable and effective for all nations. G20 countries representing approximately 60% of the global population and contributing around 85% of the world's GDP bear the responsibility of leading the charge in realizing the ambitious goals set out in the Pact of the Future. Excellencies, I appreciate Brazil's initiative to convene this G20 meeting open to all UN member states. It reflects Brazil's commitment to reinvigorating international cooperation and reforming global governance institutions. I also wish to recognize the leadership of the previous G20 presidencies from the Global South, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and India, in representing and advancing the interests of developing nations. This is a testament to the rising influence of the Global South in shaping global priorities. The efforts have laid the groundwork for continued progress on global equity and inclusivity. As we look to the future, I express my optimism for South Africa's upcoming G20 presidency. With South Africa and the African continent as a whole taking the lead, we have a vital opportunity to continue this momentum and ensure the voices of the Global South are central to global decision-making. As a son of Africa, I am eager to see South Africa's leadership in 2025 advance the interests of the Global South, particularly in sustainable development, debt relief, climate action, and concessional financing, among other pressing areas. I look forward to supporting the outcomes of your discussions today and wish you all a very successful meeting. Thank you.
I thank the President of the General Assembly for his remarks, and I now call upon His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, to deliver his speech. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President of the General Assembly, Ambassador Philemon Young, Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, President of the Republic of Brazil, Luis Lula da Silva, Your Excellencies, Foreign Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start off by appreciating the role that Brazil has played in convening this meeting as the current president of the G20. We further commend the excellent manner in which Brazil has been steering the work of the G20 during its presidency, continuing to hold tens and hundreds of meetings to ensure that the G20 meeting is held properly later this year, the Summit of the Leaders. It has been an auspicious start to the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. We convened the Summit of the Future, at the end of which the Pact for the Future was adopted. The Pact is a blueprint in many ways for a sustainable, just and peaceful global order for all the peoples and all nations. In your address, Secretary General, to the General Assembly yesterday, you highlighted the fragilities and fray at the seams of our global order, a world of impunity, of inequality, and of deep uncertainty. We concur with your sentiment that the challenges our world faces may be daunting, but they are not insurmountable. Our meeting today reaffirms our conviction that as we strive to overcome these challenges, the United Nations must remain a centerpiece of multilateralism. At the same time, it must be modernized to make it fit for purpose and more effective, more agile, and more forward-looking. The UN needs to be inclusive. It needs to represent current geopolitical relations and the prevailing international realities. The G20's call to action on global governance reform that will be adopted today at the Foreign Ministers' meeting is therefore timely and also necessary. South Africa is committed to the reinvigoration of the multilateral system and the reform of the global governance institutions to make them more representative. It is not without significance that the countries of current Troika are all from the Global South. The reform of the global financial architecture in particular must be the rising tide that lifts the fortunes of the most needy and vulnerable in the world. Deepening inequality and chronic underdevelopment are the cost if we fail to act now. The quest for mutual, shared, and equitable prosperity necessitates that we undertake bold and decisive reforms to create a stable and inclusive international financial architecture. And these reforms are urgently needed to broaden and also to strengthen the participation of developing economies in the international economic decision-making system. South Africa is concerned about the slow progress that is being made in reforming the multilateral trading system. While the WTO Ministerial Council has registered some progress, much work remains to be done to ensure global trade is development-focused and sensitive to the climate change imperatives that the world faces. South Africa assumes the G20 presidency from the 1st of December 2024 to November 2025. This is approximately 5 days before the deadline to the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The next 5 presidents of the G20 will have to focus their efforts on accelerating progress towards the attainment of the SDGs. At the launch of the special edition of the Sustainable Development Goals Progress Report on the 25th April 2023, the Secretary General drew attention to the gravity of the situation. Just 12% of the SDG targets are on track. Progress on 50% is weak and insufficient. On more than 30% of the SDGs, we have stalled or gone into reverse. If we are to meet the 2030 deadline, a paradigm shift is necessary. South Africa has adopted as the theme for the G20 presidency, solidarity, equality, and sustainable development. We aim to mobilize countries of the world towards